Chapter 223. Kid, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The white-haired old man threatened. Without knowing Su Chen's actual strength, he decided to use peaceful means before resorting to force. There were people who threatened me like you, but they were all crushed to death by me. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he sneered. The white-haired old man was a true level 3 spirit reader. In the eyes of others, he was definitely a top-notch expert. But in his eyes, it was not enough. If not for the fact that he wanted to know the origin of this demon plant, he could have killed it in one move. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. The white-haired old man's face was ferocious. He held a pitch-black dagger and rushed towards Su Chen. A level 1 evolver. Su Chen was surprised. Judging from the opponent's speed, it was likely that he was a level 1 evolver. This was out of his expectations. Because the white-haired old man was a level 3 spirit reader, he must have spent a lot of time cultivating his spiritual power. Logically speaking, he should not have had time to cultivate his physical body. For this to happen, it could only mean that the white-haired old man's talent was a cut above others. He was considered a genius. However, if he wanted to hurt him with this bit of strength, it was a bit wishful thinking. Su Chen rubbed his nose and did not move. He quietly waited for the opponent to rush over. Seeing that Su Chen did not dodge, the white-haired old man thought that Su Chen was scared out of his wits. He was overjoyed, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Go to hell. The white-haired old man rushed forward and stabbed at Su Chen's head with his dagger. Gotcha. The expected scene of Su Chen being stabbed did not happen. Instead, the dagger in the white-haired old man's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Even his hand was shattered. How is this possible? How can your physical body be so strong? The white-haired old man took a few steps back and looked at Su Chen in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was only a level 1 evolver, even a level 4 evolver would be injured if he didn't dodge and let him attack as he pleased. On the other hand, Su Chen was not injured at all. Instead, he was injured. This was too inconceivable. He even suspected that Su Chen was an evolver above level 5. Su Chen had the ancient godly demon body, which was known as the invincible body. Against opponents of the same level, regardless of whether it was physical attacks, magical attacks, spiritual attacks, or poison, they were all negligible. What's more, the white-haired old man's cultivation was far below Su Chen's, let alone injuring Su Chen. What a strong physical body. Even level 4 evolvers can't have a stronger body. When the demon plant saw this scene, it was so surprised that it could not close its mouth. It looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe. Old thing, tell me the origin and use of that demon plant honestly. Otherwise, I'm going to make a move. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said mockingly. The fruit produced by the demon plant exuded a strong aura of life. It was definitely not an ordinary fruit. He had to figure it out. Hearing this, the white-haired old man's face changed. He seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, I can tell you, but I have to take half of the fruit. You want to bargain with me? It seems that you haven't understood your position. Su Chen snorted coldly and took a step forward. A violent murderous aura swept out and immediately suppressed the white-haired old man to the point that he could not breathe. Then, the white-haired old man looked at him in horror. Su Chen rushed forward and grabbed one of the white-haired old man's arms, squeezing it hard. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in the room. Chapter 224. Ah! The white-haired elder screamed, and his entire face was distorted. The monster plant at the side was also trembling in fear. It exclaimed, he's also a level 3 evolved being. It was extremely shocked when it thought of how Su Chen was so young but had 2 major professions and had reached level 3 in both professions. Su Chen heard the sound and glanced at the monster plant. He said softly, you can speak. You should know where you came from, right? The monster plant's language was different from human language. If it was someone else, they would not be able to understand it. However, Su Chen had integrated universal terminology and was proficient in all the languages in the world. Naturally, he could understand the monster plant's language. "Senior, you can speak the monster plant's language?" The monster plant widened its eyes and was so surprised that it could not close its mouth. The young man in front of it was not only powerful, but he could also speak the monster plant's language. It was simply unbelievable. "I'm asking you if you know where you came from." "Cut the crap." Su Chen's face darkened, and his voice was cold. If the monster plant knew where he came from, then there was no need for the white-haired elder to stay. On the other hand, if the monster plant was as ignorant as the blood plant, then he would have to pry open the white-haired elder's mouth. The monster plant was shocked and hurriedly replied, "Senior, I know." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at the white-haired elder. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a wind blade, killing the elder cleanly on the spot. Seeing this, the monster plant was a little stunned. "What's going on? Is it that I'm old and dizzy? How can he use spells to attack? Oh my God! He's a full-time cultivator." Even though it had lived for countless years, it had never seen a full-time cultivator. It had never even heard of one. Moreover, Su Chen looked like he was less than 20 years old. A full-time cultivator who was less than 20 years old. Moreover, he had reached level 3 in every aspect. This was no longer a genius. It was not even enough to describe him as a monster. The monster plant stared at Su Chen in a daze. Its heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. "Why don't you tell me where you came from?" Su Chen walked up to the demonic plant and asked in a low voice. The monster plant regained its senses and replied fearfully, "Senior, I belong to the monster plant lineage. I am a longevity fruit tree." "What is a longevity fruit tree?" Su Chen was very curious. "The fruits that I bear can increase one's lifespan after consuming them. Every ripe fruit can increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Moreover, the effects can be stacked indefinitely," the monster plant explained. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and even his heart started to beat wildly. At first, he felt that this monster plant was not simple, but he never expected it to be this complicated. What did it mean to be able to increase one's lifespan? Everyone knew that in this world, other than zombies, humans, mutant beasts, and other races all had limited lifespans. Even the most powerful cultivators could not escape the ravages of time and would eventually turn into a pile of dirt. Consuming a longevity fruit could increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Moreover, the effects could be stacked indefinitely. Did that not mean that as long as this longevity fruit tree existed, it could live forever, compete with the sun and the moon, and resonate with heaven and earth? Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He asked again, "How many times can you bear fruits in your life, and how long does it take for the fruits to mature?" Both of these points were very important. This was because if the longevity fruit tree could only bear fruits once in its life, and it needed a long time to mature, then its effect would be very limited. Chapter 225. As long as I'm alive, I can continue to bear longevity fruits. The cycle is once every 10 years, the monster plant replied. Not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly, a smile quietly crossing the corner of his mouth. The longevity fruit tree could bear fruits continuously and could bear fruits once every 10 years. It was enough for him and the people around him to use. He was very satisfied with this result. How long until the fruits that you bear now reach maturity? Su Chen asked. The longevity fruit tree had already borne 10 fruits. Judging from the life aura that it was emitting, it had matured. 5 more years until it reaches maturity. Su Chen memorized it and asked, "How many longevity fruit trees are there in your monster plant lineage?" Although I don't have any combat power, my ability is considered to be heaven-defying. Any monster plant that has heaven-defying ability is unique, the longevity fruit tree said proudly. Although the longevity fruit tree was a little pretentious, Su-chin didn't mind. After all, the longevity fruit tree did have the right to be pretentious. Then, are there any other types of monster plants that have heaven-defying abilities like you? Su-chin asked. There are, but not many. The longevity fruit tree thought for a while and replied, there are also essence fruit tree, demonic fruit tree, and power fruit tree. What are their specific effects? Su-chin asked calmly. Essence fruit can increase mental strength, demonic fruit can increase magical strength, and power fruit can increase physical strength, the longevity fruit tree explained. Hearing this, Su-chin took a deep breath and a look of excitement appeared on his face. These few types of fruit trees could be said to be rare spiritual items in the world. If he could collect all of them, his strength would definitely soar. Do you know where they are? Su-chin asked anxiously. I don't know, the longevity fruit tree replied. Su-chin was slightly disappointed, but then he thought that it was already a great fortune to be able to come across a longevity fruit tree. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If he was too persistent, it would be counterproductive. After calming down, Su-chin asked, how did you get here? He was caught by that little guy. The longevity fruit tree stretched out a branch and pointed at the white-haired old man. As an existence that had lived for countless years, it was reasonable for it to call the white-haired old man a little fellow. However, Su-chin already knew about this. This was not the answer he was looking for, so he asked in a deep voice, what I meant was, how did you come to the mysterious heavenly mainland from the monster plant continent? He was brought here by an expert of our plant beast. The longevity fruit tree immediately replied after collecting its thoughts. Oh. Su-chin nodded. It was reasonable for a spiritual object like the longevity fruit tree to attract the attention of others. His guess was that the monster plant expert must have stolen the longevity fruit tree and fled to the innate continent because he couldn't survive in the monster plant continent anymore. Where did the demon plant expert that brought you here go? It's dead. Did it die when passing through the boundary passage? Su-chin asked casually. The boundary passage was the entrance and exit that connected two worlds. Before it was completely stabilized, it could not be passed through casually. Moreover, the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to pass through. It was not impossible for one to be killed by the boundary passage's power. It was killed by the boundary passage's power. However, it was mainly because it was severely injured by many experts from other clans before passing through the boundary passage, the longevity fruit tree said slowly. Chapter 226. Injured by experts from other clans? Su-chin frowned as he muttered to himself. How could there be other clans on the monster plant continent? With doubts in his heart, Su-chin asked, how did the experts from other clans enter the monster plant continent? Those super clans coveted our clan's sacred item and worked together to create a boundary passage. That's how they could enter the monster plant continent, the longevity fruit tree explained. Su-chin's eyelids twitched. According to what the longevity fruit tree said, his previous guess was completely wrong. The monster plant expert did not escape to steal the longevity fruit tree. He must have been forced to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland to protect the clan's sacred item. The sacred item was naturally the longevity fruit tree and the other spirit trees. Thinking of this, Su-chin was a little uneasy. He looked at the longevity fruit tree and asked, that monster plant expert didn't only bring you out, right? Yes, including me, the essence fruit tree and the other spirit trees were all brought out, the longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Su-chin's breathing became a little heavy as he clenched his fists tightly. Before this, he did not plan to look for the other spirit trees because he thought they must be in the monster plant continent. Since they were in different worlds, the possibility of finding them was very slim. It was basically a waste of time. However, it was different now. Since he had appeared in the mysterious heavenly mainland, he could not miss this opportunity. Of course, the mysterious heavenly mainland was vast and boundless. It was also very difficult to find them. He could only search with all his might. If he could not find them, it could only mean that he was not fated to find them. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen continued to ask, did the monster plant expert bring out the blood plant? The blood plant is considered to be one of the strongest among the monster plants. Of course, he brought it out, the longevity fruit tree replied. Su Chen had killed a blood plant before. Initially, he did not know the origin of the blood plant. Now that he thought about it, it must have been brought out by the monster plant expert and was stranded on Qianyu Island. Moreover, he also thought that the foreign clans frequently appeared in the mysterious heavenly mainland because of the monster plant clan's sacred items. Little Shou, are you willing to follow me? Su Chen looked at the longevity fruit tree quietly. With the longevity fruit tree's ability, it was fully qualified to stay by his side. As for his own people, Su Chen often addressed them in a very cordial manner. For example, Xiao Tai, the mechanical soldier, and Satoshi, the intelligent chariot. The three mutated wolves were Little Green, Little White, and Little Fire. Of course, he was using peaceful means before resorting to force. If the longevity fruit tree knew what was good for it, everything would be fine. If it didn't agree, it wouldn't be up to it. Master, I'm willing to follow you. The longevity fruit tree immediately replied. It knew very well that it was no longer a sacred creature of the monster plant clan. It did not have much of a choice. And Su Chen was the most powerful person it had ever seen. At the very least, its safety would be guaranteed if it followed such a powerful person. All right. Su Chen smiled cheerfully. The longevity fruit tree's answer satisfied him. Later, he used an upgrade gem to expand the planting space to 30 cubic meters. The extra space was reserved for the longevity fruit tree. After settling the longevity fruit tree, Su Chen left the residential building and returned to the intelligent chariot. Satoshi, let's continue our journey. Su Chen immediately ordered as soon as he got into the chariot. Yes. The intelligent chariot ignited and started moving forward according to the original route. Chapter 227. Chingu, what happened? Chao Ran and the other two walked to Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen had been smiling since he got on the car, which made them very curious. You will know in the future. Su Chen smiled and did not explain. Although they did not get the fragment, they did get a longevity fruit tree. Its value was unimaginable. He would not tell them for the time being. If it was leaked, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Chao Ran and the other two did not ask much. Then they returned to their original position and gathered together to chat. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and looked at the central control screen, continuing to look for the whereabouts of zombies and mutant beasts. In the next few days, they encountered fewer zombies and mutant beasts, so Su Chen did not gain much. On the fourth day, the intelligent chariot finally arrived at Yitian City. Yitian City was built at the foot of a mountain, and the size of the city was almost the same as Fengshi Gathering Place. A thin layer of gray fog floated above the city, making it look somewhat mysterious. The intelligent chariot stopped 1 mile away from Yitian City. Su Chen got out of the car and looked at Yitian City. The gate of Yitian City was open, and a large number of zombies could be seen faintly inside. As Han Kun said, those zombies seemed to be restrained, and none of them walked out of the city. Su Chen looked away and said to the people in the car, "You stay in the car, I will go and see the situation." After saying that, he ran toward Yitian City. When he came to the gate, the zombies inside found Su Chen and roared at him. Seeing this, Su Chen pondered. Compared to the zombies in the deep pit in the Huangzi mountain range, the zombies in Yitian City were obviously more restrained. If it were the deep pit in the Huangzi mountain range, those zombies would definitely rush out when they saw him. On the other hand, although the zombies here were also extremely angry, and even looked at him with bloodthirsty eyes, none of them rushed out. Su Chen waited for a while. Seeing that the zombies still refused to come out, he didn't want to wait any longer. He was here to kill zombies. Sooner or later, he would have to do it. He wanted to see how long those zombies could endure. Condensing a fireball in his palm, Su Chen aimed at the zombie at the front, raised his hand and shot it. Rumble. A loud explosion rang out. The fireball fell into the zombies and exploded, killing dozens of zombies on the spot and injuring countless zombies. Roar, then, a furious roar reverberated throughout the city. All the zombies were angry and crazy. They bared their teeth and roared at Su Chen. However, they still showed no signs of rushing out. Let's see how long you can endure this. Su Chen coldly snorted, raising his hand and shooting out another fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, killing dozens of zombies again. Then, he used wind blade and violent thunder technique. In less than a minute, he had killed more than 400 zombies. There were also more than 50 fragments that were dropped. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick them up. He continued to release spells to kill the zombies. He had figured it out. It didn't matter if the zombies didn't come out. He would just keep killing. Anyway, the zombies couldn't run away. Sooner or later, he would kill them all. After another round of attacks, close to 1,000 zombies had been killed. At this time, a man suddenly roared angrily in the city. Human, you've gone too far. Do you really think that our Etion city is easy to bully? I'm bullying you. So what? Come out and bite me. Su Chen raised his voice and provoked. He had already guessed that there was an intelligent zombie here. However, this guy was really good at enduring. He waited until 1,000 zombies were killed before he was willing to come out. Chapter 228. Soon, a short figure slowly walked out from the group of zombies. It stopped at the city gate and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen also squinted his eyes to observe the other party. The zombie in front of him was only about 1.5 meters tall and was very thin. His withered face was covered with black threads, which made him look a little frightening. Human, why did you kill my people? Seeing that Su Chen was so young, the short zombie was a little surprised. The reason why it did not attack immediately was because it was afraid of Su Chen's strength. Previously, Su Chen had released several spells in a row, and each of them had reached level 3. Especially the power of the thunderstorm spell, which had surpassed level 3 and was almost as powerful as a level 4 thunderstorm spell. Facing such a level 3 psychic master who had several spells, the short zombie did not dare to act rashly. Are you an idiot? Su Chen scolded first, then sneered and said, humans and zombies are like fire and water. Do I have to ask why I came to kill you? Hearing that, the short zombie snorted and gritted his teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. However, he still held back his anger and said, human, I know you have some strength, but it is wishful thinking to fight against Etion City. Speaking of this, he glared at Su Chen and said sternly, if you leave now, I can forget about the past. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. You? Su Chen looked disdainful and said sarcastically, although you are a zombie with intelligence, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. I can crush you to death easily. So, I advise you not to show off in front of me. You are not qualified to do so. Seeing that the short zombie was not willing to attack, Su Chen decided to provoke him. Sure enough, after being humiliated by Su Chen, the short zombie was furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. With that, he waved his hand. Kill him. The zombies in the city suddenly became incomparably crazy, and madly rushed towards Su Chen outside the city. Su Chen was waiting for this opportunity, but in order to let the zombies rush out without any scruples, he didn't make a move, but slowly retreated. Seeing that Su Chen actually chose to escape, the short zombie's eyes revealed a ferocious color. Do you think you can escape after angering this king? Su Chen retreated several hundred meters before stopping. The number of zombies that rushed out had already reached 4,000 to 5,000. Su Chen felt that the number was about right, so he waved at the intelligent war chariot. The intelligent war chariot had been with Su Chen for a long time and immediately understood what Su Chen meant. It quickly rushed to the front of Su Chen, followed by the ungraded Gatling gun and the magnetic storm net at the same time. At the same time, Wu Yang and the others also rushed out of the car and fought with the zombies. Tut tut tut. Da-da-da, zzz, the slaughter officially began at this moment. Under the coverage of the ungraded Gatling gun, the zombies fell in droves. The upgraded magnetic storm net was enough to kill level 3 zombies, and its powerful lethality was displayed incisively and vividly. Streaks of thick electric currents rampaged through the zombies, and wherever they passed, the zombies were directly turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies were killed. The killing speed was so fast that even Su Chen paled in comparison. Chapter 229. The short zombie in the distance was terrified to the extreme as he witnessed his subordinates being slaughtered. He was also furious to the extreme. Damn it! How can there be such a powerful MCV? Although Wu Yang and the others were strong, they were not a threat to him. On the contrary, the intelligent combat vehicle was too lethal. It was the first time he had seen a MCV that could attack. It had completely subverted his understanding. At the same time, he clearly understood that with the help of the MCV, no matter how many zombies he had, they would be slaughtered. What a sinister human. The short zombie was furious. He had realized that Su Chen had deliberately angered him in order to let his zombie army out of the city so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop. He could not stand by and watch his men get slaughtered one by one. If all of them were killed, he would become a commander without an army. As if he had made up his mind, the short zombie roared toward the city. Magic Legion, go out of the city and kill the enemy. Soon, 100 zombies came to the city gate and stood behind the short zombie, waiting for orders. The short zombie glanced at the group of zombies, then pointed at Su Chen and the others and ordered, kill those humans. Roar! The 100 zombies roared in unison and then slowly moved out of the city. Their footsteps were neat and orderly, just like an army that had undergone strict training. Su Chen had been paying attention to the situation at the city gate. When he saw the 100 zombies, he frowned slightly. Han Kun once said that there were a large number of mutant zombies in Yitian City. It was very likely that they were the ones in front of him. Mutant zombies should be the short zombies' trump card. They had not appeared before, probably to preserve their strength. Now was the critical moment, and they had no choice but to show their strength in order to turn the tide. In the face of 100 zombies that could cast spells, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. Because if they cast spells together, the power of their spells could exceed level 4 spells. It was comparable to the Black Flame Dragon's Dragon Flame. In the face of such an attack, it was easy for him to deal with it. After all, with the ancient god-fiend body and many other means, he could completely ignore such group attacks. However, the intelligent war chariot couldn't do the same. Its current defense was only at level 3, and it couldn't withstand such concentrated fire. As for Wu Yang and the others, they were even more vulnerable in the face of a level 4 spell. It was very likely that they would be killed in a single blow. Su Chen couldn't let this happen. Purple light flashed on his feet, and he quickly activated the rapid combat boots and rushed toward the group of mutated zombies. He must kill all of them before the mutated zombies attack. The short zombies at the gate of the city saw Su Chen rushing over alone. At first, he was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He could already tell that Su Chen was most likely a magician and an evolver. However, its strength was only at level 3. If the mutated zombies attacked at the same time, there was a high chance of killing it. He couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's attack together and kill that human." The mutated zombies received the order and stopped in their tracks. They quickly gathered their spells. Icicles, fireballs, wind blades, thunderstorms, and other types of spells appeared one by one. When they condensed to the critical point, they all smashed towards Su Chen, who was flying over. Su Chen was still fearless in the face of 100 spells. He released his spiritual power and activated the golden scales on the arm. He didn't stop at all as he charged forward. Chapter 230. 100 spells rained down on Su Chen from all directions. The dazzling colors intertwined with each other as if stars were falling from the sky. The terrifying magical waves emitted from the spells were enough to send chills down one's spine even from afar. Su Chen, Tan Lin's heart sank when she saw that Su Chen was drowned by the spells. Everyone else's faces turned pale as well. Yang Qian even started to cry. Ha! So, he's just a hothead. The short zombie laughed out loud. Even a level 4 evolver would have to avoid the attacks of hundreds of spells. Su Chen was only level 3, yet he chose to fight head-on. It was no different from suicide. The short zombie also thought that Su Chen was a brainless idiot. Boom! In an instant, all the spells rained down on Su Chen. Explosions were heard all around him. Gravel flew everywhere as the wind howled. Even the sky changed color. Dust rose into the air as Su Chen's figure was completely covered by the spells. This is what you get for showing off. The short zombie spat. From his point of view, Su Chen had already been blasted to smithereens. He couldn't be more dead. However, when he glanced at where Su Chen was, his eyelids twitched. How is this possible? How are you still alive? The short zombie was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. In his line of sight, a handsome figure slowly walked out from the dust. It was none other than Su Chen, whom he thought was dead for sure. He saw clearly that Su Chen was not only alive and well, but there was also no injury on his body, and there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. How could he be unharmed after being hit by 100 spells? How strong was his physical body and strength needed to be to achieve this? Was this young man even human? The short zombie did not dare to imagine further. Unknowingly, he felt a chill run down his spine and his whole body started to tremble. On the other hand, Tan Lin cried tears of joy when she saw that Su Chen was still alive. She hugged Yang Qian tightly. Wu Yang took a deep breath, his heart trembling. Ever since he had left the Tiannan colony, he had realized that Su Chen had been creating miracles step by step. Previously, he had single-handedly suppressed the entire Vajra city to the point where he could catch the black flame explosion dragon with his bare hands. And today, he was able to withstand 100 spells all by himself without suffering any injuries. All of this proved how powerful Su Chen was. He even believed that Su Chen was the symbol of invincibility. In this world, there was nothing that Su Chen couldn't do, and no one could hurt Su Chen. Now that I've seen your trump card, it's time to see mine. Su Chen stared at the short zombie coldly. He curled the corner of his mouth and swept out the enchanted sword in his hand. A blue torrent swept forward, and in the blink of an eye, it fell into the group of mutant zombies, wreaking havoc. Following a series of blood-curdling screams, the 100 mutant zombies were all turned into charred corpses. The short zombie was a level 3 zombie. Although he was not dead, he was severely injured. His body was covered with scars from being ravaged by lightning. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Su Chen. He had never seen such a terrifying lightning spell before. Moreover, this lightning spell seemed to have fused with the force of an evolver. The fact that two different things could be fused together so perfectly was unbelievable to him. Chapter 231. Who the hell are you? The short zombie gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. Why do you know so much when you're about to die? Su Chen sneered. Then he moved his feet and appeared in front of the short zombie in an instant. He raised his hand and punched out. Sir, avenge me. The short zombie knew that there was no chance of survival in the face of a strong person like Su Chen. He simply gave up resisting and roared at Tian City before he died. Bang! The short zombie's head was blown up by Su Chen's punch. The moment he fell, a golden light flashed on his corpse. Golden fragment. Su Chen was excited. The golden fragment was a full attribute fragment. Individually, it was the most valuable of all the fragments. Su Chen took a deep breath and grabbed the golden fragment. Picked up, level 4 full attribute, fragment *1, 1 1, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen did not hesitate. Immediately afterward, he felt a huge change in his body. His physical body and strength had been greatly improved. His magical power and mental strength had also soared. In addition, after being promoted to level 4, golden scales on the arm, could resist level 5 attacks. And, ancient god demon body, could ignore any level 4 attacks. It could be said that although Su Chen had only been promoted by 1 level, his strength had increased exponentially. Now, even if he faced a level 5 evolver, he was confident enough to kill him. After picking up the golden fragment, Su Chen was about to return to kill zombies when a terrifying pressure suddenly came from Tian City. Human, how dare you act recklessly in my Tian City? I will kill you today. An angry roar came from afar and entered Su Chen's ears. Alien? Su Chen frowned. He heard clearly that this roar was not in human language. Which race is it? Su Chen muttered and turned to look in the direction of Tian City. Soon, a 3-meter-tall alien appeared in his line of sight. This alien was like a small mountain, and his speed was as fast as the wind. He had completely reached the level of a level 4 evolver. In the process of running, the ground made a thumping sound. After a few breaths, he was already more than 10 meters away. Su Chen squinted and looked at the black shadow. When he saw the appearance, his heart skipped a beat. This alien looked somewhat similar to a human. He had a human face, but he was very rough. His face was full of stubble, and his fluffy hair fell down, covering half of his face. His naked body was covered with a layer of yellow fur. His 4 limbs were thick and powerful, and his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. With a height of 3 meters, he looked like an uncivilized barbarian. Big guy, which race do you belong to? When the alien race came closer, Su Chen raised his voice and asked. He was using the alien's language. The strange races originally wanted to kill Su Chen right from the start, but when they heard that Su Chen could speak their language, they stopped their actions. He looked at Su Chen and asked fiercely, "Kid, how do you know our half-beast race's language?" "So you're from the half-beast race?" Su Chen pondered for a moment before he chuckled, "Big guy, how did you come to our illusory continent?" "Kid, it might not be a good thing to know too much." The half-beast race's face turned cold, and then he laughed. "If you know what's good for you, answer my question quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 232. How impolite. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said calmly. The beast man was only level 4. How could he defeat him? He was also level 4 and was invincible among level 4s. Naturally, he did not take the beast man seriously. Seeing Su Chen's calm expression as if he did not take him seriously, the beast man was enraged. "Since you're so ungrateful, I'll teach you how to behave." The beastman's expression changed. He snorted and threw a punch at Su Chen. Before the punch arrived, a gust of wind blew. The power of a level 4 evolver was completely released. Su Chen was still unmoved. When the huge fist was close to him, he threw a punch as well. His fist was glowing with a bright golden light. There was a muffled bang. The 2 fists collided. After a short stalemate, the beastman's huge fist shattered inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, it became a bloody mess. "Ah!" After being heavily injured, the half-beast race member let out a blood-curdling screech as he retreated. However, before he could take a few steps, he felt that his feet were entangled by something. At the same time, an invisible force pressed down on him from all directions, causing him to be unable to breathe. The beastman's expression changed. He could not care less about the pain in his hands. He used his strength and tried to break free from the thing that was entangled around his feet. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. He felt a bone-piercing chill from his legs. It went from the bottom up and reached his waist in an instant. Under the attack of the chill, his lower body quickly lost feeling. What the hell is this? The half-beastman roared in shock and lowered his head to look. He saw that his feet were entangled by green vines. His legs were covered with a thick layer of ice, emitting a bone-piercing chill. Seeing this, he felt a sense of absurdity. How could a mere wood elemental binding spell and frost spell bind him to this extent? After all, he was a level 4 evolver. Furthermore, as half-beasts, their physiques were far superior to other races. They were only slightly inferior to the night demons. Then why was a weak human able to control him with a spell? Su Chen's spell was only a level 4 spell. Under normal circumstances, it should not have been able to restrain the demi-humans. But whether it was wood entanglement or frost, they contained more than just magic power. The former had fused with the serene pool divine wood, while the latter had fused with the mysterious ice of 9 serenities. With the support of the two manifestations, the power of the spell was far beyond that of a level 4 spell. It was even slightly stronger than a level 5 spell. Although the half-beastmen were stronger than the average level 4 evolver, they had no way of resisting a level 5 spell. Now it's time to tell me where you came from, right? Su Chen walked forward with a smile. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand, exuding a cold killing intent. Ha! The half-beastman sneered and said contemptuously, "Boy, I admit that you're very strong. But if you want to control us half-beastmen, I'm afraid that's wishful thinking. So, you're not going to tell me?" Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. A mutated race suddenly appeared in Tian City. There must be some secret. It would be best if he could find out from this half-beastman. But if the other party was stubborn and did not say anything, he would kill him without mercy. At most, he would personally enter Tian City to investigate. Chapter 233. Kid, I advise you to let me go quickly. The anger of the half-beast race is not something a human like you can bear. Although he was controlled by Su Chen, the half-beast race was not afraid at all. Instead, he threatened Su Chen. He thought that with his identity as a half-beast race, a mere human would not dare to do anything to him. Not to mention the half-beast race, even if the 5 super races provoke me, I will still kill them. Who do you think you are? Su Chen sneered and swept his saber across. The half-beast race's huge head rolled onto the ground. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still wide open. His eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief. Until his death, he still could not believe that he had died in the hands of a human. The moment the half-beast race fell, there were dense roars of zombies. Immediately afterwards, a large number of zombies rushed out of the city and charged straight at Su Chen. Good. Su Chen was not shocked but overjoyed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He would not let go of the zombies in Tian City in the first place. Since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, it saved him a lot of trouble. After glancing at the zombies that were charging over, Su Chen looked at the half-beast race. That was because when he killed him, he had dropped 10 fragments, one of which was green. The green fragments represented something related to cultivation techniques. Previously, there had been the Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique, and 10,000 Lights as Shadows killing technique. Although he could not exchange for them for the time being, he did not know what their specific functions were. However, the energy points required to exchange for them were extremely terrifying. They both required 10,000 energy points, just like the ancient god-fiend body. Given that the ancient god-fiend body was invincible among those of the same level, it could be deduced that cultivation techniques must be very impressive. Hence, he attached great importance to the green fragments. Before the zombies rushed over, Su Chen walked forward and grabbed the green fragment. Picked up, Pegasus Meteor Punch, Fragment X1, 120. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. With that, Su Chen fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he had seen a cartoon called Saint Seiya, and the main character's ultimate skill was Pegasus Meteor Punch. He couldn't help but wonder if the two were the same thing. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the Doomsday Merchant Center to check. When he saw that the exchange points for Pegasus Meteor Fist was 2,000 points, he was a little tempted. Pegasus Meteor Fist was undoubtedly a unique fist technique. Once he exchanged for it, his strength would definitely soar. Moreover, he now had more than 2,000 energy points, so he could definitely exchange them. After a slight hesitation, he decided to exchange for it. Although he was powerful now, he mainly relied on the enchanted magic saber and other magic arts to attack. It was more or less monotonous, so he wanted to enrich his attack methods. After making up his mind, he spent 2,000 energy points to make the exchange. The moment the exchange was successful, he quickly received a reply. Pegasus Meteor Fist was indeed a secret fist technique. When used, it would allow one to continuously throw out 100 punches in a second. Moreover, each punch had the same lethality as the main body. In other words, when Su Chen used Pegasus Meteor Fist, it was equivalent to throwing out 100 punches in a row. The power would increase by 100 times. Not to mention being invincible among those of the same level, even killing enemies of a higher level would become easy. Chapter 234. Awesome! Su Chen was very excited, and his face was filled with a bright smile. He only spent 2,000 energy points to exchange for a powerful secret fist technique, which was something he didn't expect before. At this point, it also meant that he had taken another big step forward on the path of invincibility. He even thought about how powerful each punch would be if he used it together with the heavenly hundredfold strength formula. TSK, those who were one level higher than him were definitely no match for him. Those who were 2 levels higher than him would definitely not have an easy time even if they could resist his attacks. Later, his eyes fell on the zombies that were rushing over, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Just in time to experiment on you guys. Then, Su Chen performed the Pegasus Meteor Fist and punched forward. In the next moment, 99 identical fists appeared around the fist. The momentum was like a rainbow, covering the sky and the sun. 100 fists gathered together like a mountain, pressing down on the zombies from the sky. There was a loud bang. The fist fell and set off a stormy wave among the zombies. 400 to 500 zombies were directly smashed into meat paste. Thousands of zombies were affected. Some were sent flying, and some had countless bones broken. Although they didn't die, they were seriously injured, lying on the ground and losing the ability to move. The terrifying lethality of the Pegasus Meteor Fist was vividly displayed at this moment. The power of one punch was so terrifying. It had become Su Chen's most powerful trump card. Wu Yang and the others in the distance saw this scene, and they were all shocked to the extreme. One punch, just one punch, killed hundreds of zombies and injured thousands of zombies. It was too terrifying and too exaggerated. Chen Gu is getting more and more powerful. Yang Hao looked at Su Chen in a daze, and his eyes were full of admiration. Su Chen was also stunned by this punch, and it took him a while to recover. After being stunned for a while, those zombies roared and rushed toward him again. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, and another Pegasus Meteor Fist was thrown out. Boom! The terrifying fist aura wreaked havoc, killing hundreds of zombies once again. Originally, there were more than 3,000 zombies that rushed out, but after being hit by two Pegasus meteor punch, only a few hundred zombies were still able to move. However, they still didn't know what fear was. They still bared their teeth and charged towards Su Chen. Facing a few hundred zombies, Su Chen didn't use any killing moves. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of spells of various elements. 1 minute later, all the zombies were dead. Even the heavily injured zombies were killed one by one. Seeing hundreds of light beams on the ground, Su Chen smiled. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked behind him. Wu Yang's group and the intelligent war chariot continued to kill zombies, and it was a one-sided slaughter. It wouldn't take long for them to kill all the remaining zombies. Knowing this, Su Chen didn't want to go over and help. Instead, he started to pick up the fragments. The first thing he picked up was a red fragment. Picked up, Level 2 Constitution Potion, *1, The fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen happily put the Level 2 Constitution Potion into his storage bag. Yang Hao and the others had been Level 1 evolvers for some time, and they had been fighting non-stop recently. Their combat experience was gradually increasing, and their foundation was very solid. It was time to level up. The Level 2 Constitution Potion was just right for them to use. Chapter 235. Then, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up, Desert Sand Fire, Fragment *1, 910, fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up, Apple Tree Seed, Fragment *1, 11, fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. No exchange for energy points. Picked up, Magic Fusion Gem, Fragment *1, 410, fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After picking up the fragments, Wu Yang and the others had already killed all the remaining zombies and were digging for energy stones. Su Chen also returned to pick up the remaining fragments. An hour later, the remaining fragments were picked up and Su Chen began to count the goods. This time, a total of more than 1,000 fragments were dropped, and most of them were exchanged for energy points. The number of energy points had once again reached 1,000 points. Other than that, Desert Sand Fire had also been collected and integrated into the fire element magic. At this point, there were already 4 elements that had been integrated into the concrete objects. The fire element had been integrated into Desert Sand Fire. The wood element had been integrated into Serene Pool Divine Wood. The lightning element had been integrated into Wild Thunder. The ice element had been integrated into Mysterious Ice of the Netherworld. The spells of these 4 elements were far more powerful than the spells of the other elements. They were even comparable to level 5 spells. If released through Enchanted Sword, the power would completely exceed level 5 and be enough to cause a fatal blow to a level 5 evolver. In addition, there were more than 20 bottles of Constitution Potion of various levels, including 2 level 3 bottles. It was just enough to help Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian advance to level 3. After counting the gains, Su Chen looked at Yitian City. The appearance of the beast men in Yitian City meant that there must be a realm passage inside. Moreover, this passage was not complete and could not be entered and exited at will. Otherwise, there would be more than one beast man. Captain Wu, I'm going to enter the city to take a look. You guys be careful. Before leaving, Su Chen found Wu Yang and reminded him. Don't worry. Wu Yang smiled. Now that the zombies were all killed, there would be no more danger. In addition, there was also a mechanical soldier that was comparable to a level 4 evolver, so there would not be any danger. Su Chen nodded and flew straight towards Yitian City. Yitian City was desolate. There were collapsed buildings everywhere. It was as if it had become a ruin. The surroundings were silent and filled with a strange aura. Su Chen kept looking around, but didn't find a single zombie or half-beast. As for the interrealm passage, no one knew where it was hidden. After walking around the city for a while, Su Chen didn't find any clues, so he simply released his spiritual force to explore. Soon, he sensed traces of energy fluctuations somewhere at the foot of the mountain. This should be the entrance to the domain passage. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. There was also an interrealm passage in the desolate Lake Mountain Range's mine. At that time, he was worried that he would encounter danger, so he didn't go down to investigate. Now, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He could even kill a level 5 evolver, so he had the intention to see the interrealm passage. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Su Chen punched a stone wall. The energy fluctuations were coming from this stone wall. Rumble, after the stone wall shattered, a dazzling white passage appeared. It was about 3 meters in diameter and shone brightly. It contained a terrifying killing intent. Sometimes it was weak, sometimes it was very violent, and very unstable. Su Chen didn't dare to get close because that killing intent made him feel a sense of fear. After staring for a while, he raised his hand and shot out a thunder ball, which flew into the interrealm passage. Chapter 236. This domain passage was likely to be connected to the world of the half-beast race. Once it was completely stabilized, the half-beast race army would invade Thousand Feather Island. Without knowing the cultivation level of the strongest half-beast race expert, Su Chen did not intend to let the domain passage continue to be stabilized. There was a loud rumbling sound. After a flash of lightning in the domain passage, the terrifying killing intent completely broke out. An invisible murderous aura shot out from it, like a super-strong storm, cutting everything around into pieces. Even though Su Chen was far away, he was not spared. However, he had the ancient god-demon body, and the murderous aura did not cause any substantial harm to him, but only made him a little embarrassed. The power of the domain is really strong. Su Chen murmured with lingering fear. He could imagine that if he was in the domain passage and suffered such a violent attack, even he would have suffered a lot. With the explosion of the thunderstorm technique, Su Chen found that the domain passage was more chaotic than before, and it seemed to be about to collapse. Su Chen's purpose was to destroy the domain passage, and of course, he hoped that it would be as violent as possible. Then, he condensed another thunderball and was about to shoot it out. At the other end of the domain passage, a huge figure appeared, which was at least 10 meters tall. Although it was far away, Su Chen still felt a majestic and terrifying aura. Obviously, the person who came was a super expert of the half-beast race. Su Chen even thought that his cultivation level was at least above level 6, otherwise he would not have such a strong feeling. Human, how dare you destroy the domain passage of our half-beast race, do you know that this is a capital offense? There was a violent rebuke from the other end of the domain passage. There was extreme contempt and anger in his words, as if he could crush Su Chen to death at any time. Go to hell, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Su Chen snorted coldly, raised his hand and shot out a thunderball. With a roar, the entire interdomain passage began to tremble violently. The surrounding mountains were affected, and a large portion of them collapsed. Countless rocks rolled down, but before they could land on the ground, they were turned into powder by the murderous aura that shot out. Ah! Human, you deserve to die. Seeing that Su Chen had ignored his threat and even dared to continue destroying the domain passage, the half-beastman roared in anger. Are you that awesome? Why don't you come out and bite me? Su Chen provoked. Although the other party was very strong, if they could not pass through the realm passage, they could not pose any threat to him. He could tease it however he wanted, and he could release another lightning ball at any time to completely destroy the realm passage. This is infuriating. The half-beast men couldn't do anything to Su Chen and flew into a rage. Human, if you stop destroying, I can give you some benefits. After taking a deep breath, as if he had figured something out, the half-beast man suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. They had spent a lot of materials to build the realm passage here, and after decades of stabilization, it was about to take shape, but Su Chen had destroyed it. Even so, he did not want the realm passage to be completely destroyed. Since he could not do anything to Su Chen, he had the idea of negotiating. Even if he had to pay some price, he wanted Su Chen to stop. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and his thoughts slowly turned. Destroying this realm passage was just a casual matter, but before that, wouldn't it be more satisfying if he could cheat the other party? Chapter 237. What can you give me? If I'm satisfied, I can consider it, Su Chen asked calmly. The half-beast race member was overjoyed. He was most afraid that Su Chen would do something stupid and not mention any conditions. He was determined to destroy the domain passage. Since there was room for discussion, everything could be discussed. What do you want? The half-beast asked. Seeing that you're quite sincere, I won't ask for much. 10,000 level, 4 and above energy stones will do, Su Chen said naturally. Considering that the next upgrade of the mechanical soldiers and intelligent war chariots required level 4 energy stones, and he only had one, he might as well take the opportunity to extort some. Of course, he also knew that 10,000 level 4 energy stones was an astronomical figure. The other party would definitely not be able to take out so many. The reason why he asked for such an exorbitant price was to wait for the other party to bargain. What? Are you so poor that you've gone crazy? As expected, the half-beast was enraged when he heard this number. 10,000 level 4 energy stones required the killing of 10,000 level 4 zombies or level 4 mutated beasts. Putting aside the fact that there were not that many high-level zombies, even if there were, how long would it take? How many experts would it take to kill all of them? So there's no room for discussion. Su Chen rubbed his nose, and his voice became cold. The half-beast suppressed his anger. I can give you 100 level 4 energy stones at most. Nothing more. Energy stones and energy stones were used for the same purpose. If he only gave him 100, he could still afford it. Hearing that it was only 100, Su Chen was unhappy. Damn it, there's no such harsh bargaining. Isn't it supposed to be 50%? If you cut off 99% of it, what else can I do? Do you think I'm a beggar? You want to get rid of me with just 100 energy stones? Su Chen snorted coldly. Lightning flashed between his fingers. This was a sign that he was about to cast the explosive thunder spell. Wait a minute. Seeing that Su Chen was about to make a fool of himself again, the half-beast was angry and anxious. He quickly said, I can add another 50 stones. 5,000. This is my minimum requirement, Su Chen said calmly. The beast men clenched their teeth, wishing they could tear Su Chen into pieces. However, in order to calm Su Chen down, he said patiently, level 4 energy stones are not as common as cabbages. Even if we were to add up all the energy stones in the Orc continent, we might not even have 5,000 of them. Su Chen scoffed. How could an entire continent not have 5,000 grade 4 energy stones? Who are you trying to fool? However, he could also imagine that the possibility of the other party taking out 5,000 stones was very slim. Following the principle of cheating as much as he could, he said, 1,000 level 4 energy stones. This is my bottom line. 1,000. The corner of the beastman's mouth twitched. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, okay, but I need time to prepare. How long? Su Chen asked. About an hour. Su Chen nodded. Then I'll wait for you for an hour. The orc didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Su Chen stood where he was and waited quietly. An hour later, the beast man appeared on the other side of the interworld passage again. Human, this is for you. But remember to keep your promise. The beast man was very straightforward. He carried a cloth bag and threw it directly into the interworld passage. Just as the cloth bag was about to fly out of the interworld passage, it suddenly exploded. Hundreds of white crystal threads shot out from it and instantly merged into the passage. There was a brief moment of stability in the turbulent passageway, and then 4 figures rushed out of the passageway. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and laughed disdainfully. Just a few level 4 revolvers and you dare to play dirty with me? Chapter 238. Su Chen could clearly see that the 4 half-beastmen who came out of the interworld passage were all level 4 revolvers. Moreover, he also understood that the half-beastmen did not spend an hour to collect energy stones. He was looking for something to stabilize the interworld passage so that the 4 of them could pass through and kill Lu Sheng. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to survive facing 4 revolvers of the same level. However, Su Chen was different. He was invincible among those of the same level. Not to mention 4 revolvers of the same level, even if there were 10 times more of them, he would still be able to kill them easily. Arrogant human brat, die. The 4 half-beastmen rushed out and attacked Su Chen at the same time. When the 4 of them joined forces, their aura was quite terrifying. You overestimate yourselves. Su Chen snorted disdainfully. When the 4 of them got close, he punched out. Whoosh! Whoosh! A whistling sound was heard. 100 fist shadows appeared in the air, each of them emitting a faint golden light. This punch perfectly combined the Pegasus Meteor Fist and Golden Scale Arm. What kind of fist technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? The half-beastmen on the other side of the interworld passage opened their eyes wide in shock. The 4 half-beastmen who rushed towards Su Chen were even more shocked. Facing the sky full of fist shadows, their breathing almost stopped. In the next moment, there was the sound of flesh being punched. The 4 half-beastmen each suffered more than 20 heavy punches. Their skin and flesh were lacerated, and their bones were broken inch by inch. They turned into 4 meat paste and collapsed on the ground. Moreover, each of the corpses dropped a fragment, and one of them was purple gold. The purple gold fragment represented energy points, and its value was self-evident. Su Chen was extremely excited. He quickly walked forward and grabbed the purple gold fragment. Picked up, 2000 energy point, fragment *111. The fragment is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen did not hesitate at all. After picking up this fragment, he continued to pick up the other 3 fragments. Just as Su Chen was busy picking up the fragments, the half-beast on the other side of the domain passage looked somewhat dazed. Su Chen's powerful punch had easily killed 4 powerhouses of the same level, which had deeply shocked him. With his strength as a level 6 evolutionary, killing 4 level 4 evolutionaries was not difficult, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as Su Chen. To think that there is such a monstrous existence among the human race. The half-beast race member muttered in disbelief. As far as he knew, the human race was the weakest race among the 10,000 races. They had always been bullied by the 10,000 races. Not to mention geniuses or monsters, it was already very difficult to find an expert who was on the same level. However, Su Chen's appearance completely overturned his understanding. Su Chen was so strong that even the geniuses of the 5 super clans were no match for him. Moreover, Su Chen looked very young. He might not even be 20 years old. A 20-year-old level 4 evolutionary was already shocking, and it was even more frightening that he had the strength to crush those of the same level. The half-beast race even thought that once Su Chen grew up, he would definitely become a super expert. He might even lead the human race to fight against the 5 super clans. Damn it! We can't let this human grow. The half-beast race member muttered fiercely. However, no matter how much he wanted to kill Su Chen, there was nothing he could do with the domain passage between them. Su Chen picked up the remaining 3 fragments and looked at the half-beast clan member. He said sarcastically, "You want to kill me with just you alone? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you have the ability to do so? Trash. Chapter 239. Being mocked by Su Chen to his face, the orc's face turned pale. Surprisingly, he did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said patiently, "Human, you're very powerful. You've already gained my approval. We can continue our deal." Since he could not do anything to Su Chen, he wanted to continue negotiating with Su Chen to protect the interrealm passage. "You have level 4 energy stones on you, right?" Su Chen did not continue to provoke him. Although it was satisfying to scold him, there were no substantial benefits. He might as well take the opportunity to get some energy stones. "I don't have 1000 level 4 energy stones on me, but I can prepare them quickly." "I won't lie to you this time," the orc said honestly. Previously, he thought that sending 4 subordinates would be enough to kill Su Chen, so he did not prepare any energy stones. "How many level 4 energy stones do you have now?" "Give them to me first," Su Chen said loudly. The orc opposite him was much more cunning than he thought. He would not believe him. "I only have 100 on me." "I'll give them to you now," the orc replied and threw out a cloth bag. In order to appease Su Chen, he did not cheat. There were indeed 100 level 4 energy stones in the cloth bag. The cloth bag flew out of the interrealm passage and landed in Su Chen's hands. Su Chen released his spiritual power to check it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he put it away in his storage bag. Then, he smirked. Lightning flashed in his hand, and a ball of lightning slowly formed. "Brat, you didn't keep your word," the orc roared angrily. Seeing that Su Chen had accepted the energy stones and was about to continue forming the explosive thunder spell, the orc was shocked. He knew that he might have been tricked by Su Chen. "Ha, I didn't keep my word." Su Chen sneered, then said sarcastically, "You said that you were going to prepare the energy stones, but you sent your subordinates to kill me. Now you're saying that I didn't keep my word. You half-beasts are really shameless." The half-beast tribesman gritted his teeth and said humbly, "I was wrong in the past, but this time, I promise to prepare the energy stones for you." They had spent a lot of effort and a lot of materials on the interdomain passage, so they had to protect it no matter what. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he had known that Su Chen was so powerful, he would not have arranged for people to kill Su Chen. Now, not only did he lose everything, but he was also led by Su Chen by the nose. He really felt like he had shot himself in the foot. In fact, he did not know that even if he handed over the energy stones, Su Chen would still destroy the realm passage. In Su Chen's heart, cooperating with the strange races was like asking a tiger for its skin. Of course, he wouldn't do such a thing. From the beginning to the end, he had only wanted to swindle the energy stones. Su Chen rubbed his nose and teased, "Kneel down and call me grandpa, and I might consider it." He could sense that the beast men seemed to be very afraid of the domain passage being destroyed. Since he had grasped her weakness, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity to pinch her. "What?" The half-beast tribesman almost fainted from anger. He was a dignified level 6 evolver and could be called an overlord on the half-beast continent. It had always been others who knelt to him. When had he ever knelt to others? Moreover, the person he was kneeling to was a lowly human, so he was even more unwilling. "Human, don't push your luck." The half-beast tribesman felt greatly humiliated, but he forced himself not to fly into a rage. "Looks like you're not going to give me face." Su Chen pursed his lips and directly condensed a thunderball and looked like he was going to throw it out. Chapter 240. Stop it. The orc was panicking. The interrealm passageway had been hit by 2 violent thunder skills. It was already on the verge of collapsing. If it was hit by another one, it would definitely collapse. "What? Have you made up your mind?" Su Chen asked calmly. "All right, I agree." In order to protect the interrealm passageway, the orc was ready to go all out. He fell to his knees with a thud. His body was close to 10 meters tall. When he fell to his knees, it was as if a small mountain had fallen to the ground. Su Chen nodded his head slightly and said, "Call me Grandpa now. Otherwise, I'm going to attack you." Upon hearing this, the orc's huge body trembled violently. Call him Grandpa. Was it not enough for an overlord to kneel? And he had to call a weak human Grandpa. This was worse than killing him. Human, don't push your luck. The orc gritted his teeth. A towering rage surged in his heart. At this moment, he swore to himself that as long as he entered the mysterious heavenly mainland, he would capture this despicable human at all costs. He would let him taste all the pain and regret that he was born in this world. I'm pushing my luck. What are you going to do about it? Su Chen scolded and threatened again, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't call me Grandpa, I won't hold back anymore. Su Chen had grasped the orc's weakness and had him under control. No matter how powerful he would still be toyed within the palm of his hand. Seeing that the orc did not respond, Su Chen began to count down. 3, 2, stop, I'll call you. The orc bit his lips until they bled. It was as if he had gone through an intense struggle. In the end, he bowed his head and called out softly, Grandpa. Are you a mosquito? Who are you calling for? Louder. Su Chen scolded. The orc was stunned. What the F***ck? I've already knelt to you. I've already called you Grandpa and you're still not satisfied. Are you still a human? Why are you even more tyrannical than us half-beasts? Louder, shout from the bottom of your heart. Don't make me wait too long, Su Chen urged with a threatening tone. Gulp. The orc swallowed his saliva and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Su Chen scolded again. Grandfather. The beast man finally compromised and shouted loudly. The voice was very loud and clear, and seemed to be filled with indignation and anger. Even though they were separated by the domain passage, Su Chen felt his ears buzzing. Rubbing his ears, Su Chen's face darkened as he snorted, trash like you wants to be my grandson? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy? Hearing this, the beast men were petrified on the spot. He was devastated and furious. You can't bully people like this. You're the one who asked me to call you Grandpa, and you're the one who said that I'm unworthy. F***ck, are you still human? Is this how you play? Do you really think us half-beasts are idiots? Kid, I've already compromised. I hope you don't dig your own grave. After a long time, the orc raised his head. His eyes were cold and his voice was as cold as a glacier. Su Chen felt that it was about time. He still had many things to ask, so he stopped teasing him. He coughed lightly and said, What's the cultivation of the strongest person in your half-beasts? He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the orc race. There would be a battle in the future. Before that, he had to figure out the strength of the other party and prepare in advance. More than 10 levels, the orc said arrogantly without hesitation. The reason why he told the truth was to intimidate Su Chen. Chapter 241. The orc tribe is very powerful. Su Chen muttered to himself. Not every race had an existence that surpassed level 10. Take the Green Tortoise tribe as an example, their strongest member was only level 4. Based on this, it could be seen that even if the orc tribe was not as powerful as the 5 great tribes, they could still be considered as a second-tier tribe. Human, the orc tribe is very powerful. If you submit to us, you will have made a great contribution when we conquer the mysterious heavenly mainland, the orc tribe member tried to convince Su Chen. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Su Chen. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Even if the 5 major races are like ants in my eyes, you still want me to get lost? That's just wishful thinking. Su Chen said with a look of disdain. He wasn't boasting about anything. He relied on picking up fragments to increase his strength. As his strength continued to increase, the number of zombies he killed would only increase. It would not take long for him to reach level 10. In addition to the many skills he had, the 5 great tribes would not be a threat to him. Shameless. The orc tribe member snorted at Su Chen's words. The 5 great races were the most powerful races among the thousands of races. Su Chen was just a weak human with a cultivation level of level 4. How dare he look down on the 5 great tribes? Was he not afraid of biting his tongue? Su Chen did not argue with the orc tribe member. Instead, he asked, the orc tribe is not the same as the zombies. How do you control the zombies? When he was at the mine in the Huangzi Mountains, the Green Tortoise tribe members could also control the zombies. This caught his attention. This is a secret of our tribe. Do you think I will tell you? The orc tribe member snorted. In fact, the orc tribe was not the only tribe that could control the zombies. The reason why they did not tell him was because they felt embarrassed. This was because the method of controlling the zombies was taught by the undead tribe. If one wanted to learn this method, they would have to submit to the undead tribe. In other words, the half-beast race was just a subsidiary force of the undead race. In any case, the half-beast race was a first-rate race among the 10,000 races. Yet, they had pledged allegiance to another race. If this news were to spread, wouldn't they be ridiculed by the other races? If you don't tell me, I'll blow up the realm passage. Su Chen did not care whether the other party was telling the truth or not. He continued to manipulate him. Brat, don't go too far. The orc clenched his teeth and roared. He had been led by the nose by Su Chen until now. He had knelt down and called him grandpa, but Su Chen was still unforgiving. He had given an inch and wanted a mile. He was about to lose his patience. F***ck your grandmother. So what if I bully you? Su coldly snorted and continued, I'll still give you 3 breaths of time. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not give the orc a chance to reply and began the countdown. 3, 2, it's the undead race. Our 2 races are in a cooperative relationship. It was them who gave us the method. The half-beast race couldn't withstand the pressure and said dejectedly. The undead race. Su Chen muttered. At that time, he learned from the night devil race that the undead race claimed to be immortal and indestructible. However, they actually turned into zombies after death. Of course, since they were one of the 5 super races, they could not be compared to ordinary zombies. They could be considered the ancestors of zombies. It was reasonable for them to have the method to control zombies. Chapter 242. Grandson, we'll meet again if fate allows. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen did not want to be long-winded. He swung his hand and threw the thunder ball into the boundary passage. Then, he activated the rapid boots and turned to fly out of Tian City. The boundary passage was already very unstable. If it was hit by another thunderstorm skill, it might be completely destroyed. At that time, the damage caused would be unimaginable. He had to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that Su Chen did not keep his promise, the half-beast tribesman was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled. However, before he could curse, he saw the entire boundary passage begin to collapse. The energy fluctuations produced were unusually violent, giving people a feeling that it could tear everything in the vicinity apart. Seeing this, the half-beast tribesman's face changed drastically. Like Su Chen, he turned and fled. On the other side, Su Chen had just rushed out of Tian City when an earth-shattering sound came from behind him. Then, the ground under his feet shook violently. Su Chen did not stop and continued to fly forward. He ran for 2 miles in one breath before he stopped and looked back. He saw that Tian City and the towering mountain had turned into ruins. Choking smoke and dust curled up, covering the sky and the sun. The power of the boundary passage is indeed awesome. Su Chen sighed and sighed. Wu Yang and the others were also shocked by the shocking changes in Tian City. Will Su Chen be okay? Tan Lin's heart was in a mess. The others were also worried as they looked in the direction of Tian City. Gradually, a tall figure appeared in their line of sight, and it was dashing towards them. It's Qin Gu, he's back. Yang Hao shouted excitedly. Seeing that the person who came was really Su Chen, everyone was relieved. Soon, Su Chen ran to them. Su Chen, are you okay? Tan Lin and Yang Qian greeted him and looked at Su Chen in a daze. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen, did you destroy Tian City? Wu Yang walked forward and probed. It was destroyed by the power of the realm. Su Chen turned to look at Wu Yang and explained, there was a realm passage inside that was connected to the Beastman's continent. I destroyed it with my thunderstorm technique. Oh. Wu Yang nodded, secretly surprised. He had never thought that there would be a hidden realm passage in Tian City. Fortunately, Su Chen had discovered and destroyed it in time. Otherwise, the alien race would have entered through the domain passageway and brought about another calamity to the humans here. When Su Chen saw that all the energy stones had been dug out, he called for everyone to get into the car. Then, he took out the Constitution Potion and distributed it. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian each took a bottle of Level 3 Constitution Potion, while the others, including the 3 mutated wolves, took Level 2 Constitution Potion. Su Chen, can this potion help me advance to a Level 3 Evolver? Wu Yang trembled as he spoke. Although Su Chen did not explain, he could vaguely guess. Last time, Su Chen had given him a bottle of potion, which made him a Level 2 Evolver in one fell swoop. This time, wouldn't he become a Level 3 Evolver? Thinking of this, his breathing became heavy. Originally, he was already satisfied with becoming a Level 2 Evolver. He never thought that he would have the chance to become a Level 3 Evolver. This was something he did not even dare to dream of. One must know that a Level 3 Evolver could be considered a top expert. Huang Ken of King Kong City was able to rule a large gathering place because he relied on the strength of a Level 3 Evolver. Yang Lingtian on the side was also very excited. He quietly stared at Su Chen, waiting for his reply. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen smiled slightly and said with certainty, after taking the Level 3 Constitution Potion, you will quickly become a Level 3 Evolver. There is no doubt about this. Chapter 243. Hearing this, Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other. Then, without any hesitation, they raised their heads and drank the Level 3 Constitution Potion in their hands. Qin Gu, what about the potions in our hands? Yang Hao looked at Su Chen, his eyes full of hope. You guys have the Level 2 Constitution Potion. After drinking it, you will naturally become a Level 2 evolved person, Su Chen explained. Thank you, Qin Gu. Yang Hao was ecstatic. He picked up the Constitution Potion and poured it into his mouth. Chao Ran and Sherdaniu also fought to be the first to drink it, as if they were afraid that others would snatch it from them. Tan Lin and the other two would not miss the opportunity to increase their strength. They drank the Constitution Potion, one after another. As for the 3 mutated wolves, Su Chen fed them the Constitution Potion first. Then, he exchanged 3 bottles of Level 2 Magic Potion from the Doomsday Mall. They were ice, fire, and wood. Then, he fed them again. At this point, not only did the 3 mutated wolves become Level 2 evolved person, but the spellcaster also reached Level 2. However, compared to Su Chen, who was an all-elemental spellcaster, they were all single-elemental spellcasters. After everyone had successfully leveled up, Su Chen took out another upgrade gem and leveled up the mechanical soldier to Level 4. He also installed 20 Level 4 energy stones on it. The remaining Level 4 energy stones were all used on the intelligent chariot. This time, Su Chen did not choose to upgrade the intelligent chariot's defense and attack power. Instead, he mainly upgraded its detection range. If he wanted to hunt more zombies, he would have to constantly search for the whereabouts of zombies. The original detection range of 100 kilometers was too limited. After the upgrade, the detection range soared to 200 kilometers. This way, he would be able to discover more zombies. After a simple meal, the intelligent chariot was activated and began to search for zombies. Su Chen focused his gaze on the central control screen. As the detection range expanded, traces of zombies quickly appeared on the central control screen. However, there were too few of them. At most, there were only a few hundred zombies. Su Chen was not interested in them at all. After aimlessly driving for half a day, the intelligent chariot still did not find a large number of zombies. Su Chen was a little anxious. He did not want to keep wasting time. He even thought he might as well go back. At the very least, there were large numbers of zombies in Tiannan Colony and Flying Bird Colony. After killing the zombies in those two places, if he could not find a large number of zombies, he would go to Yulin. Yulin District is the largest district in Thousand Feather Island, and there are many different forces there. Maybe there will be a medium-sized zombie tide. Then, wouldn't it be more fun? More pieces. With this thought in mind, when he was about to order the intelligent war chariot to return, he suddenly noticed a large number of red and blue dots appearing on the central control screen. Among them, the number of red dots was at least 10,000, while the number of blue dots was at least several thousand. Seeing this, Su Chen moved. The red dots represented zombies and mutant beasts, the black dots represented aliens, and the blue dots represented humans. They were mixed together. This meant that there were aliens leading a zombie army to besiege the human colony. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to hunt zombies. He fixed his eyes on the central control screen. Soon, he found that the zombies and humans had gathered in a small colony called Temple of Heaven City. It was close to 200 kilometers away from here. Satoshi, go to Temple of Heaven City at full speed. Su Chen ordered. Chapter 244. Roger that. The intelligent war chariot sped up and headed toward the Temple of Heaven City. Chen Gu, did you find the zombies? Yang Hao and the other two came to Su Chen's side. After evolving to level 2, the three of them were eager to fight the zombies as soon as possible to prove their strength. We found a small group of zombies. It will take more than an hour for them to arrive. You should rest first, Su Chen replied. Got it, Chen Gu. The three of them retreated to the side and started to discuss something. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. After about 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot stopped a few hundred meters away from the Temple of Heaven City. Su Chen squinted and looked at the Temple of Heaven City. The gate of the Temple of Heaven City was open, and a large number of people were gathered at the gate. Outside the city, there was an army of zombies. There were at least 10,000 of them. Su Chen felt that the scene was very strange. Normally, the weaker side would use the advantage of the city to defend themselves. Why would they rush out to fight the zombies? Wasn't it like throwing an egg against a rock? Wasn't it suicidal? Su Chen looked at the scene for a while and found something interesting. Although the humans and the zombies were at loggerheads, they were in a stalemate. Both sides seemed to be restraining themselves. Are they negotiating? Su Chen murmured. It was very unreasonable for both sides to not attack. That was why he had this idea. They're about to make a move, Wu Yang suddenly reminded. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked forward. A zombie with skin as black as ink walked out of the group of zombies, looking like a piece of charcoal. A woman in black walked out from the group of humans, followed by a male zombie. Seeing that, Su Chen was a little confused. Humans and zombies working together to fight against zombies. It was unbelievable. Since when were humans and zombies so close? The others also noticed this and started to discuss it. Su Chen, there are many zombies among the humans, but their relationship seems to be very good. Wu Yang pointed at a certain spot on the human side and reminded. Oh. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction Wu Yang was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a dozen zombies mixed in the crowd. Moreover, not only were there no gaps between them, they were even talking about something. Their relationship seemed to be quite good. Could it be that they are all intelligent zombies? A dozen of them appeared all of a sudden. Su Chen's jaw dropped slightly. Ordinary zombies couldn't talk, and only intelligent zombies could. However, a dozen of them appearing at once was a little too exaggerated. Moreover, even if they were intelligent zombies, they shouldn't be able to get along so well with humans, right? Su Chen was getting more and more puzzled. Just as he was about to go over and take a look, he suddenly heard something. The other side had already made their move. The woman in black and the male zombie joined forces to deal with the charred zombie. Judging from the extent of their attacks, they both had the strength of level 3 evolvers. However, although they were at the same level, the charred zombie's strength was obviously stronger. His hands were as hard as iron, and there was a layer of black gas wrapped around them. Not only could it easily block weapons, but the black gas seemed to be a very fierce poisonous gas. The woman in black and the male zombie were very afraid. Chapter 245. Under such suppression, the woman in black and the male zombie were forced to retreat. It wouldn't be long before they were defeated. This charred black zombie is interesting. Su Chen muttered and glanced at the control screen. Soon, he noticed that there was a black, a blue, and a red dot entangled with each other on the control screen. He immediately understood that the black dot was the charred black zombie. He was also from another race. As for which race he was from, he didn't know. Satoshi, go take a look. Su Chen ordered. He came here to kill zombies. It would be a waste of time to continue watching. It was meaningless. Yes. The intelligent chariot started moving and charged forward without hesitation. 10 seconds later, it rushed to the front of the zombies and humans. The appearance of the intelligent chariot immediately attracted the attention of both sides. It had to be said that the entrance of the intelligent chariot was domineering. It completely ignored the zombie army and humans. Seeing this, the charred black zombie and the other two people stopped fighting and looked at the intelligent chariot. Screech, with a sudden breaking sound, the intelligent chariot rushed to the middle of the humans and zombies. The moment the door opened, Su Chen walked out slowly. Suddenly, all eyes were on Su Chen. Who is he? How dare he come here? He's so young and handsome. What's the use of being handsome? We'll teach him a lesson later. When the humans saw a young and handsome man coming out of the car, they started whispering to each other. Human, what's your purpose here? The charred black zombie looked at Su Chen and snorted. In his eyes, Su Chen was very young and didn't look like a powerful person. However, he dared to come in the face of tens of thousands of zombies with a calm expression. He couldn't figure it out. There's only one purpose. Su Chen stared at the charred black zombie, curled his lips and chuckled. Then I'm here to kill all of you. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Damn! Where did this lunatic come from? Isn't he too good at acting cool? He's so handsome, but he's a fool. What a pity. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth if they don't suffer some hardships. How can he boast to such an extent? Almost all of the humans were staring at Su Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. They all agreed that even if Su Chen was just acting tough, he would definitely die this time. Little brother, you'd better leave quickly. This is not a place where you can participate. The black-clothed woman didn't know why Su Chen was so arrogant, but since they were all humans, she still reminded him. You want to leave? Did this king agree? The scorched black zombie's eyes were cold as he sneered. Su Chen had declared that he would kill them. This was a very impressive act. However, he wanted to leave after acting tough. What did she take him for? At this moment, he'd already decided that no matter what Su Chen's background was, he would kill Su Chen on the spot. Did I say that I'm leaving? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "It seems that you want to fight with me. Are you in such a hurry to die?" As soon as he said that, the humans couldn't stay calm anymore. Damn! Isn't this guy too pretentious? Acting tough is also a skill, but you have to be alive to act tough. Chapter 246. How dare a mere human be so arrogant? You must be tired of living. Another charcoal-like zombie walked out of the group of zombies, but it was taller and bigger, and it didn't speak human language. You think you can do that? I can kill you with one hand. Su Chen spoke in the zombie's language with a look of contempt. How do you know the language of the undead? The tall zombie was stunned for a moment before he threatened, "Tell me the truth, or I'll make you beg for death." Su Chen pursed his lips and said mockingly, "Because I'm your ancestor. Of course, I'll tell you. You must be tired of living." The tall zombie was enraged. He grabbed his mace and rushed towards Su Chen. "We don't know who will die yet." Su Chen sneered and shot out an icicle. Psychic. As soon as the tall zombie saw Su Chen release a spell, it immediately became a little disdainful and smashed out with its mace. The strength of a psychic was that they could attack from a distance. The tall zombie was only a few meters away from Su Chen. At this distance, as long as he could block Su Chen's first wave of spells, he would be able to close in and kill Su Chen. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Su Chen's icicle was a level 4 spell. Furthermore, it was combined with the mysterious ice of the netherworld. It was even stronger than a level 5 spell. The tall zombie was only a level 3 evolver. There was no way he could block the icicle. In the next moment, the tall zombie's mace hit the icicles that were flying towards him. However, the expected scene of the icicles shattering did not appear. On the contrary, the tall zombie's mace was broken by the icicle. Oh no! Seeing his weapon break, the tall zombie immediately realized that Su Chen's spell was definitely not a level 3 spell. Even a level 4 spell would not be able to break his weapon so easily. Could it be a level 5 spell? He was a level 5 mage. With this thought in mind, the tall zombie's expression changed drastically. He grabbed half of the mace and quickly retreated. However, before he could retreat a few steps, he was caught up by the icicle. Afterwards, he felt a bone-piercing coldness assault him. He was unable to move at all, and his consciousness gradually became muddy. Seeing this scene, the human side was in an uproar. F***ck. Why is his icicle technique so powerful? Even a level 3 evolver was frozen into a popsicle. Could it be a level 4 spell? Even a level 4 spell wouldn't be this powerful. Oh my god, we were just mocking him for being pretentious. It turns out that he really has the ability to be pretentious. This guy is too handsome. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely marry him. Bah! Just based on an old onion like you, do you think she would take a liking to you? Charred Zombie and the other two were all shocked at this moment. Su Chen's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought that a young man who was not even 20 years old would have the ability to casually kill a level 3 evolver? It could be said that none of them were a match for Su Chen with his icicle technique. The scorched black zombie was even more worried. Su Chen had said that he would kill them all, and he had already proven that he had the ability to do so. What should he do then? Should he just sit there and wait for his death? Or should he put up a desperate struggle? Su Chen glanced around, and his eyes finally fell on the charred zombie. He could already tell that charred zombie was the leader of this zombie army. To catch bandits, one had to catch the leader first. To kill a zombie, one had to kill the strongest one first. Therefore, no matter what, Charred Zombie was his first target. Chapter 247. Being swept by Su Chen's gaze, the charred black zombie felt a chill run down his spine. As if sensing danger, he turned and ran towards the zombie horde. In his mind, as long as he escaped into the zombie horde, there would be many zombies to protect him. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Do you think you can escape? Su Chen sneered disdainfully. Immediately, he released his spiritual power. On the other side, the charred black zombie had already stepped into the zombie horde with one foot. He originally thought that he was going to be safe. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his whole body was bound by a powerful invisible force. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Moreover, under the guidance of this invisible force, he was flying uncontrollably towards Su Chen. In the face of this strange scene, everyone was stunned. In an instant, discussions broke out everywhere. What's going on? Why is the zombie leader flying over by himself? I know, he must be controlled by spiritual power. What? Spiritual power? Could it be that the young powerhouse is also a spiritual reader? He must be a spiritual reader, and a spiritual reader above level 4. Otherwise, how could he control a level 3 evolver? Oh my god! Isn't he a level 4 spiritual reader? How could he be a level 4 spiritual reader? This world is too crazy. After the woman in black and the male zombie looked at each other, they swallowed their saliva at the same time. Su Chen was a level 4 spiritual reader, there was no doubt about this. Then they thought of Su Chen's identity as a level 4 spiritual reader. They only felt a buzzing sound in their heads, as if they couldn't accept the reality in front of them. They knew better than anyone how difficult the path of cultivation was. Originally, they thought that with their status as level 3 evolvers, they were enough to be proud and worthy of being called geniuses. But the appearance of Su Chen was a huge blow to them. At the same time, they also knew what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Su Chen was not even 20 years old, but he was both a spellcaster and a telekinesis master, both of which had reached level 4. Just this point alone was enough to make people look up to him for a lifetime. When did such a monstrous figure appear in our human race? The black-clothed woman looked at Su Chen from afar and sighed deeply. Don't kill me. I'm from the undead race. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending. Seeing that Su Chen was about to bring him in front of him, the charred black zombie was scared out of his wits. He screamed loudly. As one of the 5 super races, the undead race was indeed worthy of Su Chen's attention. However, the charred black zombie was only a level 3 evolver. He was just a small fry in the undead clan. This kind of trash actually dared to speak such arrogant words and threaten him? You think too highly of yourself. Su Chen's face was full of disdain as he mocked, not to mention a piece of trash like you, even if you were a powerhouse from the undead clan, I would still kill you if I wanted to. Friend, let's talk nicely. It might be a misunderstanding between us. The corner of the scorched black zombie's mouth trembled. At this moment, he clearly felt the murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes. Even if he was from the undead race, he didn't dare to use this to threaten Su Chen. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would anger Su Chen and bring about a fatal disaster. Those who aren't of my race are bound to have different intentions. We're not friends. Su Chen curled his lips, stared at the eyes of the charred black zombie, and said in a deep voice, "How did you get in here? Don't hide anything, or I'll make you beg for death." Chapter 248. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. The charred zombie's face turned green as he begged for mercy. He did not care about Su Chen's words at all. A person who could easily kill a level 3 evolver could kill him with a flick of his finger. At least you know what's good for you. Su Chen snorted and said lightly, "Tell me, where is the boundary passage that connects here?" The only way to get from the undead continent to the mysterious heavenly continent was through the boundary passage. His goal was to find this realm passage and destroy it. The boundary passage is, as the charred zombie said this, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. When Su Chen was not paying attention, he opened his mouth and spat out a black mist. Soon, he rushed in front of Su Chen. Without knowing what it was, Su Chen waved his hand and dispersed it. Ha! But at this moment, the charred zombie suddenly laughed wildly. "You've been poisoned by the undead clan's natal corpse poison. No matter how powerful you are, you'll become a zombie and become a dog under my feet. Let me go now." The undead clan's natal corpse poison was hundreds and thousands of times more powerful than the zombie's corpse poison. Even the slightest bit of it would quickly turn one into a zombie. This was also the biggest reason why the undead clan could always be at the top of the myriad clans. Hearing this, the black-clothed woman and the male zombies' expressions changed. Although they were not familiar with Su Chen, they knew that Su Chen was here to kill the zombies, which was equivalent to helping them in disguise. Now that he had been poisoned by the undead clan's natal corpse poison, he would soon turn into a zombie. Without the help of a powerhouse like Su Chen, their situation could be imagined. Wu Yang and the others on the intelligent war chariot were also a little worried. If it was a head-on confrontation, Su Chen was an invincible existence. No one would be his opponent. But if it was poison, it was hard to say. After all, the corpse poison was too vicious. In their knowledge, anyone who was poisoned would turn into a zombie. Yang Lingtian knew that Su Chen had the antidote. When he was bitten by a level 2 zombie, he relied on Su Chen's medicine to neutralize the poison. However, could the undead's corpse poison be the same as the zombie's corpse poison? Would Su Chen's potion still work? He wasn't sure about this, so he was quite worried. "A mere corpse poison wants to deal with me?" Su Chen sneered. With the ancient god-fiend body, not only was he invincible among his peers, he was also immune to all poisons and evil. No matter how powerful the undead race's corpse poison was, it could not cause him the slightest bit of harm at all. Why didn't you become a zombie?" The scorched zombie widened his eyes, and a deep doubt arose in his heart. Although his innate corpse poison was not as fierce as the clan's powerhouses, it still had some degree of maturity. In the past, when he fought against enemies, he relied on this innate corpse poison to turn many powerhouses into zombies. However, Su Chen was clearly poisoned as well. Why didn't he think about the process of turning into a zombie? "I was born with a domineering body. I'm immune to all poisons in the world. Of course, an ant like you is ignorant." Su Chen sneered and immediately controlled his mental strength to tear off the scorched zombie's 2 arms. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party dared to play tricks on him, he naturally had to let the other party have a taste of his own means. "Ah!" The scorched zombie could not bear the pain and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing this scene, all the humans shuddered. Previously, Su Chen gave off an invincible aura of a powerhouse. But now, his brutal side was vividly displayed. It made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 249. Now you should tell me the location of the interworld passage, right? Su Chen stared at the charred zombie and said sternly. "There is no interworld passage. When we entered, the interworld passage collapsed." Seeing Su Chen's eyes full of hostility, the charred zombie was so scared that the corners of his mouth trembled. He had just seen Su Chen's methods. It was too cruel, and he did not want to experience it again. "Looks like you won't talk unless you suffer a little." Su Chen's face darkened. After he finished speaking, he manipulated his mind power again and let the charred zombie feel what it meant to be in heart-wrenching pain. He did not know if the other party was telling the truth, so he might as well use torture to force a confession. I'm telling the truth. Ah! With a series of crackling sounds of bones breaking, the charred zombie's body began to twist and deform, followed by a painful roar. Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Especially those who had mocked Su Chen before, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. We, the undead clan, will not let you go. In the end, the charred zombie could not bear the pain and bit his tongue to commit suicide. F***ck. Su Chen was so angry that he spat at the charred zombie's body. Because he did not kill it himself, he lost a chance to get a fragment, which made him very angry. Throwing the charred zombie aside, Su Chen turned his eyes and glanced at a certain spot in the zombie crowd. Before he came, he saw from the central control screen that there were a total of 3 foreign race creatures here. Now 2 of them were dead, and the other one was still hiding in the zombie crowd. That undead clan member realized that Su Chen was looking for him, and a strong sense of fear grew in his heart. He knew that if he fell into Su Chen's hands, his end would be extremely miserable. So, he went all out and ordered all the zombies to attack Su Chen. Roar! For a moment, the roars of the zombies shook the sky and the earth. Tens of thousands of zombies locked their eyes on Su Chen, and their scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty look. Kill him! The undead race member pointed at Su Chen and shouted. All the zombies went crazy, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Su Chen. Should we help? The woman in black asked the male zombie. The male zombie hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although the zombie army's target wasn't them, Su Chen had helped them. Logically and emotionally, they couldn't just sit by and watch. However, before they could make a move, they were stunned by the scene before them. Su Chen punched out, and a sky full of fist shadows inexplicably appeared in mid-air, pressing down on the incoming zombies with an earth-shattering force. Immediately after, a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking resounded throughout the world. Before the woman and the male zombie could react, they saw over 1,000 zombies fall in front of Su Chen. 400 to 500 zombies were smashed into pieces and died on the spot. The rest of the zombies were also injured. Although they didn't die, they had lost their ability to fight. As for that undead clan member, he was directly smashed into pieces, leaving no trace of his body. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone fell into a deep stupor. One punch, just one punch, could kill and injure over 1,000 zombies. It was too violent. It was a little too inconceivable. Chapter 250. Wu Yang and the others had seen Su Chen's Pegasus Meteor Punch before, but they were too far away at that time, so they did not have the chance to experience it. At this moment, they clearly saw how terrifying this punch was. One punch turned into 100 punches. Every punch contained the full strength of a level 4 evolutionary. When they were combined, the power was multiplied. They even thought that a level 5 evolutionary would be defeated by such a punch. As for a level 6 evolutionary, even if they could withstand it, they would not have an easy time. He is also a powerful evolver. The woman in black regained her senses and murmured. The expression of the male zombie next to her changed. He opened his mouth wide and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Su Chen had indeed used the strength of an evolutionary in that punch. Then, he remembered that Su Chen was also a powerful magician and a telekinesis master. The male zombie seemed to realize something and shouted, "He's a full-time cultivator. All of them have reached level 4. Oh my god! How could there be such a monster in this world?" On the other side, after the undead was killed, the zombies returned to their original nature and attacked Su Chen and the humans in Heaven Temple City. "Let's attack together and kill the zombies," the woman in black roared. Originally, she wanted to help Su Chen, but now, she did not hesitate. The humans in Heaven Temple City received the order and took out their weapons, charging towards the zombies. At this moment, a war was about to break out. Su Chen knew that the humans in Heaven Temple City had good intentions, but he did not want to see that happen. After all, if the zombies were killed by them, they would not drop any fragments. To him, it would be a huge loss. Get the F***CK into the city. Whoever dares to kill a zombie, I will kill his or her entire family. In a moment of desperation, Su Chen shouted at the humans in Heaven Temple City. Hearing that, the humans were dumbfounded. What was going on? We are here to help you, okay? Why do you want to kill our entire family? Although they could not understand, they did not dare to disobey Su Chen's order. Retreat to the city, don't kill the zombies. The black-clothed woman called out and led the humans into the city. She knew that if she didn't do as Su Chen said and angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chen's strength was enough to intimidate them. She even believed that even if all the people in Heaven Temple City were to join forces, they wouldn't be enough to kill Su Chen alone. Facing such a powerhouse, the best thing to do was to follow his advice. When all the humans retreated into the city, Wu Yang and the others quickly rushed down from the intelligent chariot and began to slaughter the zombies mercilessly. The intelligent war chariot went all out at this time. Every time the magnetic storm net was released, it would kill hundreds of zombies. The ungraded Gatling gun fired wildly, and a large number of zombies were turned into sieves, reaping the lives of the zombies non-stop. The humans of Heaven Temple City had just retreated into the city. When they saw the scene outside the city, they were all petrified. Strong. Too strong. His strength was boundless. That was their evaluation of Su Chen and the others. With the help of Wu Yang and the others and the intelligent war chariot, killing zombies became easier and faster. In just half an hour, more than 10,000 zombies were killed on the spot. Looking at the dazzling fragments on the ground, the corners of Su Chen's mouth slowly curled up. Then, he began to pick up the fragments. Wu Yang and the others began to dig for energy stones. Chapter 251. Su Chen first picked up a green fragment. Picked up, Blade of Divine Sense, Fragment X1, 250. The fragments are not full, so it can't be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. The Blade of Divine Sense had been dropped when he was in the Huangzi mountain range, but it had never appeared again. After a little hesitation, Su Chen exchanged it for energy points. The Blade of Divine Sense should be a secret spiritual power technique, and the energy points required to exchange for it reached 5,000 points. Although it was not as good as the ancient God-fiend body and the heavenly hundredfold strength technique. But it was obviously a very good thing. Considering that it would take a long time to collect all the fragments, he didn't know how long it would take. He decided to spend some energy points to exchange for it. Therefore, he only needed to keep one. Then, he continued to pick up fragments. The second was a purple fragment. Picked up, Northern Ice, Fragment X1, 310. The fragments are not full, so it can't be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No. The Northern Ice should be the same as the mysterious ice of Ninth Serenity, which was an ice element manifestation. It appeared much earlier than the mysterious ice of Ninth Serenity. But so far, only 3 fragments had been collected. On the contrary, the mysterious ice of Ninth Serenity that appeared later had been collected and integrated into ice element magic. Then, he continued to pick up fragments. After picking up more than a dozen fragments in a row, the woman in black and the male zombie came over together. However, before they could get close, they were stopped by the mechanical soldiers. Su Chen also had something to ask them, so he let the mechanical soldiers let them go. Senior, I'm Su Wuhua. Thank you for saving me. The woman in black said respectfully when she came to Su Chen's side. Su Wuhua looked to be in her 30s and had an ordinary appearance. Su Chen glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to the male zombie and muttered, "Can zombies coexist peacefully with humans?" The male zombie in front of him was inseparable from Su Wuhua, and they seemed to have a close relationship. This made him feel very strange. "Senior, his name is Wei Kanggang, and he is my husband. He is also an intelligent zombie," Su Wuhua explained. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." At this moment, Wei Kanggang also cupped his hands towards Su Chen to express his gratitude. Su Chen nodded and asked, "Why are there so many intelligent zombies in Heaven Altar City? And they can even live together in harmony?" Once a human becomes a zombie, even if they have intelligence, their temperament will change greatly. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for them to continue coexisting with humans. Such a situation in the Temple of Heaven City was truly rare. Su Wuhua hurriedly explained, "Our bloodline is different from that of other humans. After being infected with corpse poison, although they will also turn into zombies, they will retain their intelligence and original temperament. So, other than the difference in status, everything else is the same as before." "Aren't you humans? Why are their bloodlines different?" Su Chen exclaimed softly. He wondered if the bloodlines of Su Wuhua and the others had mutated. "Senior, we are indeed part of the human race, but there are many branches of the human race. Our race is a very small branch," Su Wuhua replied. This time, Su Chen finally understood. It was like Huaxia in his previous life. There were 56 ethnic groups, and other than the Han, the others were called ethnic minorities. Su Wuhua's race could also be considered an ethnic minority among the human race. Chapter 252. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen asked, "Can I ask you something? Are there any zombies or mutant beasts nearby?" His purpose of coming here was to hunt zombies. After killing all the zombies here, he naturally needed to find the next batch. If they knew, it would save him a lot of time. "Senior, are you referring to a large number of zombies and mutant beasts?" Su Wuhua asked tentatively. "Yes." Su Chen nodded. After getting a positive answer from Su Chen, Su Wuhua said, "Blackstone City used to be a big city with a population of more than 100,000 people. But later, I heard that it fell. There should be a lot of zombies there." Blackstone City. Su Chen pondered and quickly recalled. Soon, he remembered that there was indeed a Blackstone City in the west of Qianyu Island. However, Blackstone City was almost at the edge of Qianyu Island and was only a few dozen miles away from the Forget Worries Sea outside Qianyu Island. "Well, I have nothing else. You can leave." Su Chen ordered them to leave. After learning that there were zombies in Blackstone City, he didn't want to continue chatting. After all, there were still a lot of fragments waiting to be picked up. "Senior, we'll take our leave." Su Wuhua and Wei Kanggang replied respectfully and then turned to walk into the city. Originally, they came here to express their gratitude to Su Chen and also to get closer to Su Chen. But seeing Su Chen's indifferent attitude, they dispelled the idea and left. After the two left, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. Picked up, upgrade gem, fragment *111. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, sunflower seed, fragment *111. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, pet raising space, fragment *1010. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Pet raising space, was a golden bracelet. When worn on the wrist, it would automatically integrate into the flesh and blood, which was the same as planting space. Its initial space was also 10 cubic meters, and its main function was to provide shelter for mutated beasts. Wearing the pet feeding space on his wrist, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. More than an hour later, all the fragments had been collected. Su Chen returned to the intelligent war chariot, and started counting his gains. This time, more than 1,000 fragments were dropped, and most of them were exchanged for energy points. The total amount of energy points reached 1,400 points. Other than that, there weren't many other rewards. Only a few, level-up gems, dropped. Su Qin used 2 upgrade gems to expand the planting space to 50 cubic meters. Then, he planted all the newly obtained seeds. He also checked on the longevity fruit tree. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he closed the planting dimension. Since Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones, Su Qin took advantage of this time to look at the topographic map of Thousand Feather Island. After another 2 hours, all the energy stones were dug out. Wu Yang and the others got on the chariot one after another. Su Qin let the intelligent war chariot lock on the location of Black Rock City and went straight to Black Rock City. When the intelligent war chariot disappeared from sight, Wei Kanggang sighed with emotion. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? Su Wuhua narrowed her eyes and thought about it. Su Chen's appearance made her see what a real genius was. At the same time, she also realized that the human clan was not as weak as she thought. They could also produce supermasters. Chapter 253. After leaving the Temple of Heaven City, the intelligent war chariot drove for more than an hour, and the sky gradually darkened. Su Qin stopped the intelligent war chariot and began to prepare dinner. After dinner, everyone gathered together and chatted for a while before going to rest. The next day, the intelligent war chariot continued its journey. When it entered an abandoned town, it discovered something very strange. Piles of white bones were scattered all over the town. There were at least 1,000 of them. Moreover, there were not only human skeletons, but also many mutated beasts and zombies. Su Qin observed through the control screen for a while and did not find anything strange, so he did not pay too much attention to it. After that, the intelligent war chariot continued to move forward. After driving for more than 2 hours, Su Qin felt that something was wrong. During this period, many skeletons were found along the way, but there were no traces of humans or zombies. It was as if all the humans and zombies in the vicinity had been killed. Su Qin frowned and stared at the control screen, but he did not see any blue or red dots. The intelligent war chariot's detection range was up to 200 kilometers, which meant that there were no humans or zombies within 200 kilometers. This kind of situation had never happened before. Moreover, along the way, the detection range was more than 200 kilometers, but there were still no signs of humans or zombies. This was too strange. What happened? Su Qin narrowed his eyes and pondered. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, Master, there are mutated creatures appearing 180 kilometers ahead. Hearing this, Su Qin raised his eyebrows and hurriedly looked at the control screen. Soon, he found that there were indeed more than 10 black dots on the control screen. In front of the black dots, there was a large red dot. Both sides were in a chase, and their speed was very fast, almost reaching the speed of a level 4 evolver. It seems that the mutated creatures are chasing after a mutated beast, Su Qin muttered. The red dot on the control screen was very large, and it was definitely not a zombie. It was most likely a mutated beast with a large body. Moreover, judging from the way both sides were running, the mutated beast was being chased. Satoshi, lock onto them, let's go and take a look. Killing mutated beasts and mutated creatures would drop fragments, and it happened to be on the way to Black Rock City, so there was no need to change direction. Su Qin also wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Roger that. After receiving the order, the intelligent war chariot accelerated. Half an hour later, when the distance between the two sides was less than 10 kilometers. Su Qin noticed that the red dot on the control screen had stopped and was surrounded by a circle of black dots. Then, both sides were entangled with each other. After a while, the red dot disappeared from the central control screen. This meant that the mutant beast had been killed. The war chariot, when the mutated beasts. How strong was the mutated creatures, how strong was the mutated creature that mutated creatures? Su Chen guessed that either the creatures were all level 3 or above, or one of them was abnormally strong. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill a level 3 mutated beast in such a short time. But no matter what the situation was, he was not afraid. With his current strength, even if he met a level 5 evolver, he could easily kill them. Just a dozen mutated creatures were nothing in his eyes. Chapter 254. Satoshi, speed up. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the target and sped forward. Qinggu, have you found any mutated creatures? Yang Hao and the other two gathered in front of Su Chen. They were all eager to try. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian were also rubbing their hands together. After leveling up, they were full of confidence. They felt that killing ordinary zombies was not satisfying enough. They all wanted to fight against powerful mutated creatures. Yes, we found a dozen mutated creatures. Su Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, we will meet them later. Don't get out of the car yet. Let me assess them first. Those mutated creatures could kill mutated beasts above level 3. They were too strong. He did not dare to let Yang Hao and the others take the risk. Oh. Yang Hao nodded and was slightly disappointed. Master, we are about to reach the target location. 10 minutes later, the intelligent war chariot reminded him. Hearing this, Su Chen focused his eyes and looked forward. He saw a mutated beast lying on the ground like a small mountain about 100 meters away. Moreover, there were more than a dozen black shadows lying on the mutated beast. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the dozen or so shadows all had human faces. However, their faces were abnormally pale. Their bodies were abnormally tall. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall. The biggest one was almost 3 meters tall. The strangest thing was that they all had a pair of black wings on their backs. They were very similar to the wings of bats. Qinggu, what kind of monsters are they? Why are they eating the mutated beast raw? Seeing those mutated creatures eating the mutated beast non-stop, and in the blink of an eye, half of the mutated beast was devoured. Yang Hao's face changed. Su Chen also saw it. His heart was moved. He was now suspicious. Could the bones he saw along the way be the work of these mutated creatures? If so, these mutated creatures' tastes were too strong. Eating humans and mutated beasts was understandable, but not zombies. Had they gone crazy from hunger? Su Chen, that mutant beast seems to be a level 4 iron tower with divine bull. Wu Yang reminded with a serious expression. Level 4 mutated beast. Yang Hao and the others were a little nervous. Just how strong were these foreign creatures if they could even kill a level 4 mutated beast? Could it be level 5? Previously, they were eager to give it a try, but now, they were afraid. Looks like I'm right. Su Chen muttered. Previously, he had suspected that there were level 5 creatures among the foreign races. Now, it seemed that he was most likely right. They are flying over. The corner of Yang Hao's mouth twitched. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot naturally attracted the attention of the foreign races. They spread their wings and flew above the intelligent war chariot, forming an encirclement. Little Tai, follow me down and take a look. Su Chen rubbed his nose and got down from the chariot with the mechanical soldier. The mechanical soldier had already been upgraded to level 4. Plus, it was made of metal. It could even fight against a level 5 evolved being. Ha! There's actually fresh meat being sent to us. Today's luck is not bad. In mid-air, the 3-meter-tall mutated creature sized up Su Chen and laughed. The language it used was not human language, but Su Chen could understand it. Ha! Su Chen laughed contemptuously and said in the creature's language, "You bunch of trash want to treat me as food? Do you have the ability?" Chapter 255. How arrogant! The creature that spoke first snorted coldly before its expression froze. "Human, why do you know the language of the blood tribe?" Yang Hao and the others in the car were also stunned. This was the first time they had seen Su Chen talk to a mutated creature. "Chen Gu can speak our language?" Yang Hao's eyes widened. Shi Dainiu beside him said seriously, "Chen Ji's awesomeness isn't something ordinary people like us can understand. I think there's nothing in this world that Chen Gu doesn't understand." Chao Ran and Yang Hao looked at each other, their mouths slightly agape. Shi Dainiu in the past wouldn't have said something like this. Could it be that he was influenced by us? Outside the car, Su Chen glanced at the vampire and snorted. "I know a lot of things. Do I have to tell you everything? You're just a vampire, do you think you're worthy? You're courting death." The tall vampire was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Vampires weren't the most powerful race among the 10,000 races, but they were still one of the best. Humans were recognized as the weakest race among the 10,000 races. In his eyes, humans were like ants, or rather, food. How dare an ant like him mock vampires? He was simply courting death. "Take him down." The tall vampire licked his lips and gave a signal to the vampire beside him. Immediately, 4 vampires flew towards Su Chen. From the aura they emitted, Su Chen judged that they were all level 3 evolvers. Facing the siege of 4 level 3 evolvers, anyone else would have panicked. However, Su Chen was calm, and there was even a hint of disdain on his face. As he released his spiritual energy, he held the enchanted sword, and swung it horizontally. The 4 members of the Blood clan flew in front of Su Chen. Just as they were about to attack, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp. Even moving their fingers was abnormally difficult. Level 4 Spirit Reader. When they realized this, their eyes were filled with fear. The strength of a level 4 Spirit Reader is not something they can contend with. And once they were restricted, it was easy to imagine what they would face in the future. The 4 members of the Blood clan didn't want to wait for death, so they struggled with all their might. However, Su Chen did not give them a chance at all. With a slash of the enchanted magic saber, he cut off their heads cleanly. Just as their corpses fell to the ground, 4 beams of light flashed. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled up. Then, he looked at the tall Blood clan member and sneered, "The Blood clan is just so." The tall Blood clan member gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. The death of his clansmen made him abnormally angry, but the strength that Su Chen displayed made him even more surprised. A level 4 Spirit Reader and a level 4 Evolver, with 2 major professions. Such a genius had never appeared even in the Blood clan. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have some ability. The tall Blood clan member's eyes were cold as he whispered. Then, he sneered and said, "However, I don't care about this little bit of strength. Today, I'll let you see what true strength is." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The strength of a level 5 evolver was undeniable. What a powerful aura! Wu Yang and the others in the intelligent war chariot were shocked. They couldn't help but sweat for Su Chen. "Ha! Human, feel what despair is." The tall Blood clan member laughed wildly and pounced towards Su Chen. Chapter 256. This guy sure knows how to show off. Su Chen pursed his lips. After infusing the lightning element spell into the enchanted sword, he slashed at the vampire. The tall vampire had just reached Su Chen when he suddenly saw a flash of lightning appear in front of him. Then, this flash of lightning became brighter and brighter, and thicker. Finally, it turned into a blue torrent that was as thick as a bowl and flew towards him. Feeling the terrifying waves of lightning within the blue torrent, the tall vampire was stunned for a moment. Then, he shouted with a face full of fear, "Lightning element spell. You're also a spiritual psychic." He never would have thought that Su Chen was not only a telekinesis master and an evolver, but also a spiritual psychic. Moreover, the lightning element spell that he released had completely surpassed level 4 and was even slightly stronger than a level 5 spell. It was terrifying to think about. This young human in front of him had 3 major professions, and his cultivation as a spiritual psychic might even be at level 5. Facing a demon-like existence like Su Chen, even the tall vampire, who thought highly of himself, felt a deep sense of fear. In fact, Su Chen's spiritual psychic was only at level 4, and the spell that he released was comparable to a level 5 spell. This was because the lightning element spell was infused with the barren thunder. Lightning element spell was the nemesis of vampires. A level 5 lightning element spell was enough to cause fatal damage to a vampire. That was why the tall blood race member was so fearful and even had the thought of immediately escaping from this place. However, the distance between the two parties was too close. It was obviously too late for him to escape or hide. Left with no choice, the tall vampire could only grit his teeth and block with his arms in front of his body to block the blue torrent formed by the lightning element spell. The next moment, the blue torrent slammed into the Gundam vampires, instantly drowning them in a sea of lightning. Then, there was the sound of thunder. The tall vampire was directly sent flying. After landing on the ground, both of his arms were a mess of flesh and blood. His body was also charred. The vampire's physique originally had very strong self-healing abilities. However, under the ravaging of the lightning element spell, there were no signs of recovery. Pooh! The tall blood race member fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. The remaining 8 members of the Blood clan who were flying in the air witnessed this scene. Their eyes were filled with a deep layer of fear, and they all began to tremble. Su Chen's strength was something they had never seen before. Killing a level 5 evolver with just a wave of his hand. This kind of terrifying strength was not something they could fight against. When they realized this, they all flew backwards at the same time. "You want to run? Can you run away?" Su Chen smiled contemptuously and punched out from afar. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the air and whizzed toward the 8 Blood clan members. Bang bang bang. Amidst a series of explosions, the 8 Blood clan members were smashed to smithereens, leaving behind only 8 beams of light that slowly drifted down from the sky. 8 fragments. Su Chen's mouth revealed a hint of joy. When the tall vampire lying on the ground saw this scene, he couldn't take it anymore. His head tilted to the side and he died. Wu Yang, who was in the car, saw Su Chen kill all the Blood clan members in an instant and took a deep breath. He couldn't help but recall the evaluation of Su Chen from before. Invincible among those of the same level, killing enemies of a higher level is as easy as pie. Su Chen's strength is not something we can reach. Chapter 257. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief, squinted his eyes, and glanced around. A smile immediately appeared at the corners of his mouth. He had killed a total of 12 vampires, but 12 fragments had dropped. The probability of fragments dropping was as high as 100%, which had never happened before. Moreover, among these 12 fragments, there were 10 colorful fragments. The colorful fragments could currently drop 3 things, namely, Upgrade Gem, Fusion Gem, and Magic Fusion Gem. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. Then, Su Chen retracted his gaze and began to pick up the fragments happily. The first was a black fragment. Picked up, Time Accelerator, Fragment *1, 100, fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Time accelerator was something that appeared for the first time. Although he did not know what it was used for, Su Chen was shocked by the terrifying number. Time accelerator required 100 fragments to be used, and the number was already comparable to ancient god fiend body. Su Chen hurriedly opened Doomsday Mall to check. When he saw that time accelerator's exchange points were 10,000 energy points, he was shocked. Ancient god fiend body's exchange points were also 10,000 energy points. Since the number of exchange points and fragments were the same, didn't it mean that time accelerator was also an extremely powerful item? Thinking of this, Su Chen was a little expectant. However, 10,000 energy points was not a small number after all, and it was impossible to obtain so many energy points in a short period of time. In addition, even if he wanted to exchange, he had to wait a little. There were still Heavenly Hundredfold Strength Technique and Blade of Divine Sense waiting to be exchanged. After calming down, he continued to pick up fragments. The second fragment was also a black fragment. Picked up, Sora Aoi Blow-Up Doll, *111, fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen's expression became a lot more strange, and after a little hesitation, he exchanged it for energy points. He did not expect that the fragments could drop a blow-up doll, and it was the old teacher's. If he had to live alone in the apocalypse, he might have considered staying. But it was different now, he had two beauties, Tan Lin and Yang Qian, by his side. There was no need for an inflatable doll. *CK, the items dropped by the fragments are getting more and more evil. Luckily, I have enough willpower. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it. The appearance of the Sora Aoi blow-up doll made Su Chen's heart itch, and he couldn't help but grumble. After a while, he cast aside all distracting thoughts and continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up, Upgrade Gem, Fragment *111. The fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. The remaining 10 colored shards were all upgrade gems, which made Su Chen a little excited. After putting all the upgrade gems into his storage bag, he returned to the intelligent war chariot. As for the corpse of the Iron Tower Wood Divine Bull, he couldn't be bothered to take it since it had already been eaten by the Blood Tribe. Chen-gu, you are becoming more and more awesome. Killing a level 5 evolved being is like playing around. As soon as Su Chen boarded the car, Yang Hao and the other two came up to greet him. Their admiration for him was beyond words. Work hard, you guys can do it too. Su Chen smiled, turned around and walked to the central control screen. After glancing at it, he ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, target Blackrock City, continue on your way. Yes. The intelligent war chariot started moving and headed towards Blackrock City. As it was quite far from Blackrock City, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to arrive. During this time, Su Chen didn't want to be idle, so he once again searched for the whereabouts of the zombies. Chapter 258. However, everything was calm on the screen. There was not even a shadow of a zombie. Su Chen immediately thought that the vampires must have killed them all. There were no more zombies to kill, so he closed his eyes and rested. The next day, there were still no signs of zombies. Su Chen felt bored, so he took out a deck of poker cards and taught Yang Hao and the others how to play Do Diju. This deck of poker cards was also dropped by the shards. In his previous life, Su Chen liked to play poker, so he kept it. He did not expect that it would come in handy today. Do Diju was a simple game, and easy to learn. Yang Hao and the others learned it quickly, and they were deeply immersed in it, unable to pull themselves out. 10, J, Q, K, A. There's only one left. Chen-gu, do you want it? If not, I'm leaving. Yang Hao said proudly. In this round, he and Chao Ran were farmers, and he was Chao Ran's subordinate. Even if Su Chen blew him up, he was not afraid, because Chao Ran would let him go. Moreover, he believed that Su Chen would not dare to blow him up. Su Chen looked at the cards in his hand. He only had 2 kings left, an A and a 3. If he blew them up, he would most likely lose. Because there were still 4 twos outside, and they might be in Chao Ran's hands. Su Chen, let's not play. Tan Lin whispered into Su Chen's ear. After watching for a while, she also knew how to play. She also knew that the current situation was very unfavorable for Su Chen. If Su Chen did not blow him up, he would lose 3 points at most, but if he blew him up, he might lose double. Su Chen also knew this, so he said, "No, you can go." After saying that, he was ready to admit defeat. Ha! Unexpectedly, Chao Ran suddenly laughed and winked at Su Chen. "Chen Gu, although you're good at fighting, fight the landlord is a game of brains. Accept the punishment from me, Chao Ran." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out 4 twos. "I'll bomb." No one noticed that when Chao Ran threw out the bomb, Yang Hao's face became extremely ugly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and inwardly said, "Not only does this guy know how to gouge people's eyeballs, he's also quite ruthless in playing landlord." A 3, game over. Chao Ran threw out a 3, his face brimming with a bright smile. "No." Suddenly, a voice as soft as a mosquito entered everyone's ears. Chao Ran was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yang Hao in a daze and whispered, "I'll throw out a 3, you don't want it." Yang Hao glared at Chao Ran and said snappily, "I'm not deaf, I don't want it." Ha! This time, it was Su Chen's turn to laugh. He already knew that Chao Ran only had a 3 left in his hand, and it would definitely not run away. "That's great!" Yang Qian cried out happily. This situation was undoubtedly the most advantageous for Su Chen. As long as Su Chen could win, she would be happier than anyone else. She even ignored that the person who was going to lose was her own brother. When Chao Ran heard that Yang Hao really didn't want it, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Because after throwing out this 3, he only had a small 4 left in his hand. Did he expect Su Chen to let him go? Obviously, it was impossible. He was now full of regret. He felt like he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. If he knew that Yang Hao only had a 3 left, he wouldn't have thrown out the bomb. Su Chen cleared his throat and began to speak with assurance, "You have to remember the cards when playing landlord. I've already calculated that you still have a bomb in your hand, and I've been waiting for this moment. Accept the punishment of fate." Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Chen threw out his trump card. "Ah!" Yang Hao screamed, and then sighed with emotion, "I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, but I'm afraid of a pig-like teammate." Chao Ran next to him was silent, and his face turned green. Chapter 259. Ever since he learned how to play Do Diju, the car was filled with laughter. Moreover, he had to admit that Do Diju was very charming. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian, the 2 older people, would sometimes play a few rounds. Su Chen played a few rounds, then gave the chance to the others. He would chat with Yang Qian and Tan Lin, or look at the central control screen to find the zombies. Behind, the intelligent war vehicle followed the original route, while the others played Do Diju to pass the time. On the 3rd day, there were finally traces of zombies on the central control screen. There were not many of them, only about 100 or so. Moreover, Su Chen also found that there were hundreds of humans in the same place as the zombies. The 2 sides did not seem to be in a state of killing each other, and they seemed to be in harmony. This situation made Su Chen a little confused. He suspected that these humans were the same as those in Heaven Altar City. After being infected, they could also live together peacefully. If that was the case, he would not kill these zombies. Because other than their different identities, they also had human emotions. Killing them was the same as killing humans. But whether this was the case or not, he still needed to take a look to know. Anyway, they were just on the route, so Su-chin decided to take a look. Satoshi, lock on the position of these zombies and go immediately. Yes. The intelligent war vehicle sped up and overtook the zombies. Half an hour later, the intelligent war vehicle came to a stop in front of a small village. Su-chin glanced at the small village and saw several zombies standing at the intersection, like guards. When they saw the intelligent war vehicle, they roared together. One of the zombies roared, turned around and ran into the village. They are all ordinary zombies. Su-chin muttered, opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the zombies at the intersection. Based on the reactions of these zombies, he judged that none of them had intelligence. In this way, his previous guess was not valid. Of course, he would not let the zombies here go. When the zombies saw a human walking towards them, they roared even more fiercely. But surprisingly, none of the zombies rushed towards Su-chin, as if they were restrained by something. Su-chin had experienced this situation once in Full Moon City. At that time, the zombies there were restrained by Jiang Qingfeng, just like now. It seems that there is still an intelligent zombie in the village. Su-chin narrowed his eyes and muttered. At this moment, more than 20 zombies walked out of the village. The leader of the group was a zombie wearing a green lab coat. Its face was dark, but its eyes were bright and full of vigor. After coming to the intersection, the green-clothed zombie looked at Su-chin. His face suddenly changed, and then he said respectfully, "Senior, what brings you to our Yangjiapu?" N. Su-chin raised an eyebrow and asked, "You can see my cultivation base. Generally speaking, it to see a person to be, to see to." But the green-clothed zombie could see it at a glance, which made him feel very strange. The green-clothed zombie explained in fear and trepidation, "Senior, I have a special ability. As long as we are within a certain distance, I can feel the other person's cultivation." "Then can you feel what my cultivation level is?" Su-chin suddenly became interested. "Yes." The green-clothed zombie narrowed his eyes, and soon a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he said, "Level 4 Evolver, Level 4 Magician, Level 4. At this point, the green-clothed zombie opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. After looking at Su-chin in a daze, he said involuntarily, "Senior, you are a full-time cultivator. And you have reached Level 4. Chapter 260. Su-chin smiled and declined to comment. Then, he looked at the green-clothed zombie again and said lightly, "Your ability is quite strange, I have never heard of it before. It's just a small trick, it's not worthy of Senior's attention." After knowing Su-chin's true strength, the green-clothed zombie became more respectful, but at the same time, his heart became uneasy. After all, humans and zombies were like fire and water. If Su-chin wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. "What is the relationship between the humans in the village and you?" Su-chin stared at the green-clothed zombie and asked. Hearing this, the green-clothed zombie's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and his face slightly changed. He didn't understand. Su-chin clearly didn't enter the village. How could he know everything inside? However, he didn't have time to think about it, because Su-chin's eyes were already looking at him with some impatience. Replying to Senior, "The people in the village have a strange disease, they have lost their consciousness, I am trying to find a way to save them." The green-clothed zombie hurriedly replied. "Zombies saving humans?" This joke wasn't funny at all. Of course, Su-chin didn't believe it, lightly snorted and said, "I hate people lying to me the most, those who lie to me don't have a good ending." The green-clothed zombie knew that Su-chin was threatening him, so he gritted his teeth and explained, "Senior, what I said is true, because I was originally from the Yang family fort, although I became a zombie, I don't want the villagers to be harmed." This kind of nonsense could only fool a 3-year-old child. If he wanted to fool Su-chin, it was no different from wishful thinking. Because once turned into a zombie, even if they had intelligence, their temperament would change greatly, and they would never have any good feelings towards humans. Of course, the humans in Temple of Heaven City with special bloodlines were an exception. And the green-clothed zombie in front of him definitely didn't have that kind of bloodline. If that was the case, then everything he said would be a lie. Looks like, if I don't make you suffer, you won't be willing to speak the truth. Su Chen snorted and immediately released his spiritual power to bind the green-clothed zombie. Feeling an invisible force attacking his body, the green-clothed zombie's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly begged for mercy, "Senior, please calm down. What I said is true. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He manipulated his spiritual force and directly tore off one of the green-clothed zombie's arms. Ah! The green-clothed zombie roared in pain. Su Chen remained unmoved. When he was about to eat the other arm of the green-clothed zombie, he suddenly discovered a very strange thing. The green-clothed zombie's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was so fast that it was almost the same as drinking a healing potion. You also have a healing body. Su Chen's expression changed. The healing body, as the name suggested, had the ability to heal itself. Moreover, there were strong and weak abilities. It was rumored that those who had a strong healing body would never die as long as they weren't killed in one blow. Even if they were cut off, they could automatically regenerate. The green-clothed zombie in front of him had a weaker ability to heal. He could only heal wounds, but he didn't have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. Even so, it was still very impressive. You're making it more and more difficult for me to see through you. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said in a deep voice. Not only did the green-clothed zombie have the ability to sense cultivation, but he also had a healing body. It completely overturned his understanding of zombies. Chapter 262. Human, there are many things that you can't see through. Don't be too smug. The zombie in green seemed to know that he couldn't survive. He wasn't afraid anymore and even mocked Su Chen. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Su Chen frowned slightly. He always felt that the green zombie's words had a threatening meaning. However, he could kill him easily. What right did the zombie have to threaten him? Ha! The zombie in green sneered. If I didn't say that, would you let me go? Listening to the other party's words, Su Chen wondered if he knew that he was going to die, so he decided to go all out. He couldn't be bothered to guess if that was the case. He raised his hand and shot out a wind blade, cutting off the zombie in green's head. The moment the zombie in green fell, the rest of the zombies regained their original nature and pounced on Su Chen. Even the zombies in the village rushed over together with them. Su Chen used a few spells and killed them all easily. Looking at a few rays of light on the ground, he was about to pick them up when a ray of red light suddenly shot out from the zombie in green's corpse and charged toward him. It happened so suddenly and the red light was as fast as lightning. Su Chen didn't have time to defend himself. However, he didn't care. After his cultivation had advanced to level 4, the strength of his physical body had also increased accordingly. In addition, the most important point was that at level 4, the ancient god-fiend body would be immune to any level 4 attacks, and even level 5 attacks would at most cause him some injuries. Although the red light was fast, the power it emitted was definitely below level 5. Even a level 4 would have a hard time dealing with it. Su Chen didn't have to worry about anything. In the next moment, the red light directly hit Su Chen's chest. It was like hitting a steel plate, making a loud bang sound, and then it was bounced back. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and locked onto the red light. Soon, a crimson worm that was half a meter long and emitting a red glow appeared in his vision. It looked like a giant maggot, very disgusting. Su Chen didn't know what kind of bug this was, but since it dared to sneak attack him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. His mental strength instantly spread out and lifted the red worm into the air. Senior, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go this time. After struggling for a while, the crimson worm realized that it could not break free from the shackles and started to beg for mercy. The voice sounded exactly the same as the green-clothed zombie that had been killed. Su Chen exclaimed softly. He sized up Crimson Bug and snorted, "It seems that the zombie is controlled by you." The Crimson Bug and the green-clothed zombie had the same voice. After the green-clothed zombie died, the Crimson Bug did not die. Because of this, he became suspicious. Senior's eyes are sharp. That zombie was indeed under my control. Shuegu had learned his lesson this time. He did not dare to hide anything and answered honestly. "Stop flattering me." Su Chen's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Which race do you belong to? Tell me the truth." "I'm from the Blood Clan." Crimson Bug was so scared that he shivered. "You're from the Blood Clan too? Why are you different from the Blood Clan?" Su Chen asked in a deep voice. Not only had he seen the Blood Clan, but he had also killed more than 10 of them. Crimson Bug also claimed to be from the Blood Clan. However, judging from their appearances, they were completely different races. "Senior, you've seen the Blood Clan?" Crimson Bug was surprised. "Do I need to report to you whether I've seen them or not?" Su Chen's voice turned cold. He stared at Crimson Bug and snorted, "Answer my question now." Chapter 263. Back in the car, Su Chen ordered, "Satoshi, continue to the Black Rock City." After that, he sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. However, there was always a smile on the corner of his mouth. This time, although there were not many zombies killed and only a few fragments were dropped, there was a purple gold fragment, which undoubtedly made him very satisfied. The intelligent war chariot moved forward slowly. The others had nothing to do, so they gathered together to play landlord as usual. In the next 3 days, Su Chen did not kill any zombies. It was not that he did not encounter any zombies, but the number of zombies was too small. The most he encountered was 30 or 40 zombies, which was not worth killing. On the 4th day, the Black Rock City finally appeared on the central control screen. The intelligent war chariot's detection range was 200 kilometers, which meant that it was less than 200 kilometers away from the Black Rock City. Su Chen was a little excited and looked at the Black Rock City. When he saw that there was not a single red dot in the Black Rock City, only a few blue dots, his face became a little stiff. No red dots meant that there were no zombies. They had come all the way here just to kill zombies. Now that there was not a single zombie to be seen, what was there to kill? These days were equivalent to wasting time. What happened? Su Chen pondered. Previously, Su Wuhua said that there were more than 100,000 humans in the Black Rock City, but it was later captured by zombies. In this way, the number of zombies should have reached a terrifying number. The current situation was a little strange. After pondering for a while, he still decided to go to the Black Rock City to take a look. He suspected that the zombies in the Black Rock City were likely to have left. If he could find some clues and follow the clues, there was still a chance to find the whereabouts of the zombies. 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot slowly drove in front of a huge city. This city was the Black Rock City. "This city is so big." Chao Ran sighed with emotion. The Black Rock City, in terms of scale, was even larger than the King Kong City. It was a magnificent sight. The city walls were made of some black boulders, and each boulder weighed about several tons. However, Black Rock City was severely damaged. Most of the city walls had collapsed, and most of the buildings in the city were in ruins. It was as if a great battle had taken place. Su Chen let the intelligent chariot stop in front of a collapsed city wall. After getting out of the car, he entered the city through the collapsed area. This time, he entered mainly to find the few humans here and ask them about the situation. Therefore, the others were left in the car. Through the observation on the central control screen, Su Chen locked onto the specific location of the few humans. Then, he sped up and rushed towards them. 10 minutes later, he appeared in front of a small building. This small building was relatively well preserved. It was surrounded by a wall made of stones, and some crops were planted inside. Su Chen glanced around and walked straight to the entrance of the courtyard. He shouted inside, "Is anyone there?" Since he was here to inquire about the situation, it was inconvenient for him to barge in. Soon, a stooped old man walked out of the small building. He first glanced outside vigilantly, then shouted at Su Chen, "Who are you?" "Old man, I'm just a passerby. I have something to ask you." "Don't worry, I won't disturb you for long. In addition, I will pay some energy stones as a reward," Su Chen said loudly. The stooped old man hesitated for a moment, then walked forward to open the courtyard door. When he saw that there was only Su Chen outside, and that he was very young, he was slightly relieved. "Young man, what's the matter?" Chapter 264. Out of caution, the old man didn't invite Su Chen into the house. Su Chen could understand and didn't mind. He asked, "Weren't there a lot of zombies here before? Why are there no zombies now?" "There used to be a lot of zombies here, but they were all attacked by the sea beasts and ran away," the old man replied. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He asked urgently, "How many sea beasts were there? Did they come from the Forgotten Worries Sea?" The sea beasts were actually a type of mutant beast, but one lived in the sea while the other lived on land. Su Chen thought that since the mutant beasts could drop fragments, killing the sea beasts should also drop fragments. In this way, even if he couldn't kill any zombies, killing some sea beasts would be worthwhile. The sea beasts do live in the Forgotten Worries Sea, and their numbers have reached a terrifying level. "I'm afraid there are millions of them," the old man said in a deep voice. Millions of them? How many fragments could he get if he killed all of them? Su Chen was excited. He continued to ask, "Why did the sea beasts attack the zombies here? Normally, the sea beasts wouldn't go ashore easily. It was even rarer for them to take the initiative to attack zombies." The hunchbacked old man thought for a while and replied, "I heard it from someone else. It seems that the leader of the zombies stole an egg from a sea demon beast and was retaliated by the sea demon beast." Su Chen frowned and asked, "Old man, did you just say that one sea beast drove away all the zombies here?" "There were at least tens of thousands of zombies in the Black Rock City, and one sea beast was able to drive them away." "How strong was this sea demon beast?" "It must be at least a level 5 sea beast." The hunchbacked old man nodded. "There is indeed one. However, that sea demon beast is extremely powerful. I heard that it has already reached level 5. As expected, Su Chen said to himself. He continued to ask, "What kind of sea beast was it? Where did it usually live?" The hunchbacked old man was slightly surprised. He always felt that Su Chen seemed to be very interested in the sea beasts. He then asked, "Young man, why are you asking about the whereabouts of the sea demon beasts? You're not going to hunt it, are you?" After he finished speaking, even he himself was shocked. A level 5 sea demon beast couldn't even hide from him. Who would want to die to hunt him down? Su Chen smiled but did not explain. He continued, "Elder, just tell me." The hunchbacked old man didn't think too much about it and said directly, "He's a giant tortoise, the size of a house. Every day at noon, I would go to the beach to bask in the sun for a while. The rest of the time, I would hide in the sea." "Elder, how do you know so clearly?" Su Chen was a little puzzled. He could tell that the stooped old man was just an ordinary person. How would an ordinary person dare to observe the daily routine of a level 5 sea demon beast? The old man explained, "Not far from the beach, there is a forest. Every day, we would go there to collect some wild fruits and vegetables. Over time, we learned more about the sea beast." Su Chen nodded and asked, "After the zombies here were defeated, where did they go?" The old man shook his head. Zombies were the enemy of human beings. Who would go back to find out the whereabouts of the zombies? Seeing this, Su-chin didn't ask any more questions. Although he didn't find the whereabouts of the zombies, he learned about the existence of a level 5 sea demon beast. This trip was not a loss. Elder, thank you for your information. These things are for you. Su-chin took out some food and a dozen energy stones from his storage bag and gave them to the old man. He then turned and left. Chapter 265. Looking at the food and energy stones in his hand, the old man was pleasantly surprised. These things were not worth mentioning to Su-chin, but to him, it was no different from a huge fortune. Just as the old man was about to thank Su-chin, he realized that Su-chin was nowhere to be seen. What a fast speed! Could he be an evolver? The hunchbacked old man muttered. As soon as Su-chin returned to the intelligent war chariot, Chao Ran and the other two came up to him with smiles on their faces. Chin-gu, did you find any traces of zombies? They had not killed any zombies for a few days, and the three of them were bored. Su-chin shook his head. The zombies in Black Rock City have all run away, and I don't know where they went. So we came here for nothing. Yang Hao sighed. It took them a few days to come here from Heaven Temple City, and although they had some gains, it was still limited. If they went to other places, they might have killed tens of thousands of zombies. It's not a wasted trip, Su-chin said with a smile. Even if we can't kill zombies, we can kill sea beasts. In fact, killing sea beasts was more cost-effective than killing zombies. This was because after killing it, in addition to obtaining energy stones and fragments, the sea monster's meat could also be eaten. Hearing that they were going to kill sea beasts, Yang Hao and the other two's eyes lit up. Even Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian were interested. Su-chin, are we going to the Forgotten Worry Sea to kill sea beasts? Wu Yang asked. Sea beasts, as the name suggested, lived in the sea, and the Forgotten Worries Sea was the closest to them. The sea beasts in the Forgotten Worries Sea must be killed, but before that, let's kill a level 5 giant turtle first, Su-chin said. Level 5 sea beasts were hard to come by, and a level 5 energy stone was priceless, and there was also a lot of meat to eat. Since they had encountered one, they could not let go of this opportunity. Level 5 sea demon beast. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with fear. Although their strength had greatly increased, facing a level 5 sea demon beast, they would probably be killed in one move. However, when they thought about how Su-chin could easily kill a level 5 mutated tribe member, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill a sea demon beast of the same level. Chin-gu, when are we going to make our move? Sherdaniu approached Su-chin and asked. In his opinion, if Su-chin wanted to kill that giant tortoise, he would definitely be able to. After that, wouldn't he be able to have a full meal? 1,000-year tortoise and a 10,000-year tortoise. A giant tortoise that could reach level 5 must have lived for a long time, and its nutritional value must be very high. Boiling soup, roasting meat, that taste, Sherdaniu's imagination began to run wild. He couldn't wait to hunt that level 5 giant tortoise. Su-chin knew what Sherdaniu was thinking. He smiled and said, let's rest here today, and hunt tomorrow afternoon. The level 5 giant tortoise would only come out at noon, and it was already close to evening, so they could only wait until tomorrow. After that, Su-chin took out the universal oven, and the 2 mutated beasts, and asked Yang how to prepare dinner. He walked to the central control screen and looked at it. Soon, he saw a large number of red dots appear on the central control screen, and they were located at the Daylily Ocean. The hunchbacked old man had said before that there were millions of sea demons in the Daylily Ocean. This number might be an exaggeration, but there were more than 100,000. Facing so many sea demons, Su-chin was naturally tempted. However, if he wanted to hunt sea demons, he had to enter the Daylily Ocean. He had never experienced this before, and he didn't know how to enter the ocean to hunt. Chapter 266. Satoshi, can you sail in the sea? Su Chen asked. If he wanted to hunt the sea demon beasts in the sea, he would need a carrier. If the intelligent chariot could sail in the sea, it would be much easier to hunt sea beasts. Master, I need to reach level 5 before I can sail in the sea. Oh. Su Chen nodded. The intelligent chariot was at most level 3. 5, it was still far from level 5. If that was the case, he would have to think of other ways to hunt sea beasts. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and did not dwell on this matter anymore. Food had to be eaten one mouthful at a time, and things had to be done one by one. First, he had to deal with the level 5 giant tortoise. The next day, the intelligent chariot drove towards a beach near the Forget Worries Ocean. The map on the central control screen showed that there was only one beach near the Forget Worries Ocean. The rest of the coast was filled with reefs and cliffs. Moreover, Su Chen also noticed that there was a forest not far from the beach. This was basically the same as what the hunchback old man said. This meant that the beach was where the level 5 giant turtle sunbathed. When the intelligent chariot drove into the forest, Su Chen asked it to stop. After saying a few words to the others, he went to the beach alone. The level 5 sea beasts were very powerful. To avoid any injuries, he decided to hunt them alone. As he came early, there was still some time before noon. Su Chen strolled in the forest. After about half an hour, just as he was about to leave the forest and head to the beach, he heard light footsteps. Someone is coming. Su Chen frowned and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, 4 men and a woman appeared in his line of sight. When he saw their faces, Su Chen was slightly stunned. Among the 5 of them, he happened to know one of them. It was the hunchback old man. Old man, you're here to dig for wild vegetables again. Su Chen greeted him from afar. Hearing someone shouting, the hunchbacked old man looked around. When he saw that it was Su Chen, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Young man, why are you here? With that, he led the other 4 people to Su Chen's side. Although he had only met Su Chen once, his impression of Su Chen was still very good. Su Chen had only asked a few simple questions yesterday and had given a rich reward. His generosity made him feel a little embarrassed. I'm here to take a look at the level 5 giant tortoise, Su Chen said with a smile. You can take a look, but don't get too close. The hunchbacked old man didn't think too deeply about it, and only gave a kind reminder. Su Chen did not explain. He looked at the sky and asked, Old man, does that level 5 giant turtle come out to bask in the sun every day? It was already close to noon, but the level 5 giant tortoise was nowhere to be seen. This made him a little anxious. I've been here no less than 100 times. As long as the time is right, I can see it, the hunchbacked old man explained. That's good. Su Chen nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the beach. At this moment, there was a sudden surge in the sea. Immediately after, a huge figure emerged from the sea. The first thing that came into view was a huge tortoise shell with a diameter of more than 50 meters, like a small hill. It's finally out. Su Chen was instantly excited, and his eyes were filled with a layer of heat. Chapter 267. Thump, thump, after the giant tortoise surfaced from the sea, it slowly walked towards the beach. With every step it took, it made a loud thud on the ground. It really is a level 5 sea demon beast. Su Chen muttered to himself. His gaze never left the giant tortoise. Although he was far away, he could still feel the immense pressure emanating from the giant tortoise. Old man, do you know the name of this giant tortoise? Su Chen asked the hunchbacked old man before the giant tortoise had completely climbed onto the beach. There were many different types of giant tortoises. Being able to reach level 5 meant that it was definitely a very powerful tortoise. I've heard someone mention it before. I think it's a heavenly overlord tortoise, the hunchbacked old man replied. The name sounds pretty impressive. I wonder how strong it is. Su Chen muttered. He had only been in this world for a little more than a year, so he didn't know much. This was the first time he had heard of the heavenly overlord tortoise. When the hunchbacked old man and the others heard this mumble, they felt rather confused. The way he looked at Su Chen also became strange. Judging from Su Chen's tone, it seemed like he didn't care about the heavenly overlord tortoise at all. Young man, it's a level 5 sea demon beast. Moreover, it's unusually strong among level 5 beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to chase away the tens of thousands of zombies in Blackstone City. A middle-aged man behind the hunchbacked old man reminded Su Chen. If that's the case, it does have some strength. Su Chen rubbed his nose, still looking unconcerned. Young man, don't tell me you're thinking about this giant tortoise, the hunchbacked old man probed. Although he felt that this idea was a little ridiculous, he still couldn't resist it. Su Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his attention back to the heavenly overlord tortoise. At this moment, the heavenly overlord tortoise had already found a place to lie down on the beach and lazily basked in the sun. This guy sure knows how to enjoy himself. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. He turned to the hunchbacked old man and said, Old man, you'd better stay away. I'm going to catch a turtle. When fighting with a level 5 sea demon beast, the area affected was very wide. The hunchbacked old man and the others were all ordinary people. If they were too close, it would be easy for them to get injured. Su Chen kindly reminded them. What do you mean? Are you going to hunt the heavenly overlord turtle? The hunchbacked old man and the others were dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard. Could a level 5 heavenly profound tortoise be killed? Even a level 5 evolver would have to retreat if they saw it. Could Su Chen be a level 5 evolver? The answer was obvious. Su Chen looked less than 20 years old. Even if he was an evolver, he could not be that strong. Then what right did he have to boast that he wanted to kill a level 5 heavenly overlord turtle? This was 2F** king ridiculous. Even if he wanted to show off, he couldn't do it like this, right? However, when they saw Su Chen running toward the heavenly overlord turtle, they immediately realized that Su Chen was really going to hunt the heavenly overlord turtle. Grandpa, is he crazy? A little girl behind the hunchbacked old man screamed. Even if he wants to die, he can't do it like this, right? Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you want to die? Is he crazy? The other 3 men all agreed that Su Chen was definitely going to die. They all expressed their opinions. The hunchbacked old man looked at Su Chen and sighed deeply. What a good young man. Why does he have to do it like this? Chapter 268. On the other side, Su Chen ran towards the heavenly black tortoise at a moderate pace. When the two were less than 50 meters apart, the heavenly black tortoise seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes slightly. In its line of sight, a young human was approaching it. At this moment, it had a very strange feeling in its heart. Is this human here to die? Or is he going to treat me as food? Thinking that it had just had a full meal and that this human was not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, the heavenly black tortoise opened its mouth and spat out a water arrow that shot straight towards Su Chen. Although it did not know why Su Chen was there, as long as he dared to disturb its sleep, he would have to die. The power of the level 5 water arrow technique was no joke. Even a level 5 evolver would not have an easy time facing it. After shooting the water arrow, the heavenly black tortoise closed its eyes again. In its opinion, Su Chen was just a weak human and would not be able to resist the water arrow no matter what. He would definitely die. Is he going to die just like that? The hunchbacked old man in the forest in the distance seemed to be unable to bear to see Su Chen's miserable end. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He would not die if he did not seek death. How could he provoke the heavenly black tortoise? When the others saw that the heavenly black tortoise had released a spell attack, they shook their heads and sighed. They were certain that Su Chen would definitely die. When Su Chen saw a thick water arrow shooting straight towards him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately used the golden scales on arms. When his arms shone with golden light, he punched the water arrow. There was a loud boom. The water arrow was smashed by the punch and turned into water droplets that shot out in all directions. The level 5 water arrow technique was very powerful. Even though it was smashed, it still smashed the surrounding ground, creating holes of various sizes. Su Chen bore the brunt of the impact and was covered by large amounts of water droplets. However, with the ancient god-fiend body, this power naturally could not hurt him at all. Countless water droplets splashed on his body and bounced off one after another, as if they were tickles. Seeing this scene, the people around the hunchbacked old man roared in shock. F***CK. He's too strong. He's also an evolver. But even an evolver can't shatter a level 5 water arrow with a single punch, right? Is he a level 6 evolver? Su Chen smashing the water arrow technique with a single punch made them feel incomparably inconceivable and shocked. What was going on? The hunchbacked old man didn't understand what was going on. He quickly opened his eyes, and when he saw Su Chen appear in his line of sight, unscathed, his jaw dropped. He didn't die. Not even a level 5 spell could kill him. Am I seeing things, or does he really have the ability to resist a level 5 spell? For a moment, the hunchbacked old man's mind was in a mess. Su Chen shattered the water arrow and sped up toward the heavenly black tortoise. The mysterious heavenly overbearing tortoise, which had its eyes closed, suddenly heard footsteps that were getting clearer and clearer. Anger surged in its heart. Damn it! After killing one, another would come. How many reckless people were there in this world? Do they really think that I'm easy to bully? The heavenly black tortoise thought that Su Chen had been killed, and the approaching footsteps came from another person. However, when it opened its eyes and saw that it was still Su Chen, it was stunned. Why isn't he dead yet? Am I seeing things? The heavenly black tortoise felt that the scene in front of it was very unreal. One had to know that it had released a level 5 spell just now. Who could block it? Only a level 6 evolver could block the attack of a level 5 spell unscathed. How could this weak human in front of it be a level 6 evolver? This was the biggest joke in the world. Chapter 269. Unable to figure out what was going on, the heavenly overlord tortoise did not dwell on it any longer. This time, its murderous intent was aroused. It opened its mouth and shot out another water arrow. Compared to the previous one, the power of this water arrow technique was obviously much stronger. Hee hee. A weakling will always be a weakling. I'd like to see how you're going to block it this time. After shooting out the water arrow, the heavenly overlord tortoise revealed a cruel smile. In that pair of huge eyes, there was a look of contempt, as if Su Chen was already a dead man. The hunchbacked old man and the others in the forest stared intently at Su Chen. Previously, they found it unbelievable that Su Chen had destroyed the water arrow with a single punch. They did not want to believe it either. At this moment, they all wanted to see if Su Chen was still as brave as before. It's just a water arrow. It's just a small trick. You want to embarrass yourself in front of me? Seeing that there was a water arrow technique shooting towards him, Su Chen snorted coldly and immediately threw out another punch. Just like the first time, he chose to fight head-on. He had no intention of backing down. In the next moment, a golden fist slammed into the water arrow and smashed it into smithereens. My dear mother is here. He can really shatter a level 5 spell. How strong is his physical body? Is he still human? The people around the hunchbacked old man could not remain calm anymore. They shouted again. If Su Chen had shattered the water arrow the first time, they were still suspicious. However, this time, they had witnessed the entire process. The suspicion in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Shattering a level 5 spell twice in a row was definitely not luck. It was a reflection of true strength. Realizing this, the hunchbacked old man and the others fell into deep shock and daze. A human cultivator who was not even 20 years old could take a level 5 spell head-on with just his fists. Too powerful. Too awesome. Too unbelievable. Such a monster was unheard of. It only existed in legends. They never thought that they would be able to witness it with their own eyes today. So he wasn't trying to act tough, nor was he courting death. He had absolute strength. The hunchbacked old man's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. At first, they all thought that Su Chen was seeking his own death. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. Su Chen's strength was beyond doubt. He was truly a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. On the other side, the heavenly overlord tortoise swallowed hard when it saw its water arrow technique explode. The disdain in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by fear. Without a doubt, Su Chen's strength had already caused it to feel a deep sense of fear. Old turtle, you hit me twice, now it's my turn. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled into a strange arc. Then, a purple light flashed under his feet. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. His speed was as fast as a ghost. This. The heavenly overlord tortoise opened its mouth slightly, and its heart trembled violently. Su Chen's speed was too fast. It seemed to have completely surpassed the level of a level 5 evolver. It was the first time in its life that it had seen such speed. When it realized that Su Chen had disappeared, it realized that it was in danger. It quickly got up from the ground and looked around vigilantly. Soon, it discovered that Su Chen was charging at it from the side. You're courting death. The heavenly overlord tortoise sneered in its heart. Although Su Chen was very strong, it was very advantageous for him to choose to fight in close combat. This was because it only needed to open its mouth to swallow Su Chen. At that time, no matter how powerful Su Chen was, he could only become its food. Chapter 270. Just as Su Chen was about to reach it, the heavenly overlord tortoise quickly turned its head and bit at Su Chen. It was as fast as lightning and appeared in front of Su Chen in an instant. If it moved a little closer, it would be able to swallow Su Chen whole. Let's see how you escape this time. The heavenly overlord tortoise laughed proudly. At such a close distance, Su Chen had no time to dodge at all. He would definitely be swallowed. You're too naive. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. When the heavenly overlord tortoise's mouth was about to bite him, he spread out his mentality. Level 4 mentality. The heavenly overlord tortoise was shocked. Level 4 mentality might not be able to restrain it, but it severely hampered its speed. It would be impossible for it to swallow Su Chen in one bite. Crunch. The heavenly overlord tortoise finally bit down, but it bit the air. It didn't even touch Su Chen's clothes. At this time, Su Chen had already appeared on top of the heavenly overlord tortoise's head. He held a pitch-black battle sword with both hands and slashed it down. It was like a god descending from the heavens. His power was unstoppable. Sensing the approaching aura of death, the heavenly overlord tortoise shrank back in fear. In the face of Su Chen's attack, it knew that the best way to deal with it was to shrink its head into its turtle shell and become a real turtle that retreated into its shell. However, Su Chen's attack was too fast. It didn't even have time to react. The heavenly overlord tortoise had no choice but to open its mouth and spit out a water arrow to block the attack. Rip! The moment the water arrow shot out, it was split in half by the enchanted sword. It's over. The heavenly overlord tortoise's heart turned cold when it saw the water arrow being split apart like paper. Su Chen slashed down with his sword. Clang! The heavenly overlord tortoise had a huge gash on its head. Blood splattered everywhere, and even its skull was shattered. After suffering such a heavy blow, the heavenly profound overlord tortoise only felt a splitting headache as its brain rumbled incessantly. After swaying a few times, it crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble uncontrollably. However, although it was heavily injured, it did not die. It was not to say that his defense was strong enough to withstand this strike. It was because Su Chen wanted to keep it alive, so he withdrew most of his strength halfway. Otherwise, this slash would have directly cut off its head. Su Chen stepped on the heavenly overlord turtle's head and said in an icy voice, "Old turtle, I'll give you a chance to live. Be my spirit pet and I won't kill you." If he wanted to hunt sea monsters in the Forget Worries Ocean, he needed a carrier. Thus, he planned to keep the heavenly overlord turtle as his spirit pet. The heavenly overlord turtle's body was huge, and it was also very powerful. With its help, killing the sea monsters would be as easy as pie. No matter how big the Forget Worries Ocean was, it was free to roam. Moreover, if he wanted to leave Qianyu Island in the future and head to other islands or the mysterious heavenly mainland, he would have to enter the ocean. The dangers in the ocean were unknown. With the heavenly overlord turtle as his mount, it would definitely increase his safety. Upon hearing this, the heavenly overlord turtle's big eyes rolled around. As a level 5 sea monster, its intelligence had long been activated. Naturally, it could understand the meaning of Su Chen's words. However, a level 5 sea monster had its dignity. Moreover, it was the overlord of the Forget Worries Ocean. Naturally, it would not be willing to become someone's spirit pet. Under Su Chen's cold gaze, the heavenly overlord turtle retracted its head into its shell and turned around to fly toward the Forget Worries Ocean. It had calculated very clearly that as long as it escaped into the ocean, Su Chen would not be able to do anything to it. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Would Su Chen give it this chance? The answer was obvious. Su Chen's face was full of sarcasm. Then, he raised his hands and shot an icicle and a green ball of light at the heavenly overlord turtle. It froze on the spot. Chapter 271. The sight of the heavenly overlord tortoise scampering away felt surreal to the hunchbacked old man and the others. The overlord of the Forgotten Worries Ocean, an existence that could crush tens of thousands of zombies in Blackrock City, was being beaten into a coward by a human? Did it not care about its dignity as a level 5 sea monster? Or was Su Chen really powerful enough to crush a level 5 sea monster? On the other side, half of the heavenly overlord tortoise's body was frozen after being hit by the icicle. Its limbs were also entangled by vines, and it could not move at all. Although the icicle spell and the wood element entanglement spell were only level 4, they had combined with their conjured objects, and their power had surpassed level 5 spells. It was reasonable that the heavenly overlord tortoise could be pinned to the ground by these two spells. He's a psychic master. And a dual elemental psychic master. Realizing this, the heavenly overlord tortoise's heart was filled with a deep sense of fear. Previously, Su Chen had already displayed the strength of a psychic master and an evolver. Now, he had also released spells. This proved that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator. Moreover, they had all reached level 4 and above. Facing a monster like Su Chen, the heavenly overlord tortoise felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It knew that if it continued to stubbornly resist, it would only be waiting to be slaughtered. So, it simply stopped struggling. "Old tortoise, why don't you run?" Su Chen had a mocking look on his face as he slowly walked up to it. Woo woo, the heavenly overlord tortoise lowered its head and crawled at Su Chen's feet. It hoped to use this method to obtain Su Chen's forgiveness. It was also a clear indication of their willingness to submit. Su Chen originally wanted to teach it a lesson, but seeing how pitiful the heavenly overlord tortoise was and how tactful it was, he did not lower himself to its level. After a while, he took out a bottle of pet potion from his storage bag and fed it to the heavenly overlord tortoise. Soon, the heavenly overlord tortoise became docile. It looked at Su Chen with reverence. Su Chen retracted the ice and wood element spells and patted the heavenly overlord tortoise's huge head. He whispered, "Overlord, wait for me here. Don't go anywhere." Since he had taken the heavenly overlord tortoise, he naturally had to change the way he called it. The name, Xiaoba, was very appropriate. Woo woo. The heavenly overlord tortoise kept nodding. It looked just like a pet tortoise. After subduing the heavenly overlord turtle and obtaining a mount, Su Chen's next step was to go out to sea and hunt for sea monsters. Before that, he had to bring Wu Yang and the others with him. Then, Su overlord tortoises. When they passed through the forest, the hunchbacked old man and the others came up to greet them. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, and they kept calling out, "Senior." Lord of Overlord Tortoise of Lin was. After seeing Su Chen's strength, how would he dare to use the previous title to talk to Su Chen? Su Chen smiled. "Old man, just call me Su Chen. Is there anything else?" Did you subdue the heavenly overlord tortoise?" Lu's overlord tortoise probed. The reason why he asked this question was purely out of curiosity. "It's my spirit pet now," Su Chen replied. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "No problem," Lu's overlord tortoise hurriedly replied. When Su Chen disappeared from sight, the little girl beside Lu's overlord tortoise clicked her tongue. "Grandpa, Big Brother is too powerful. He can even subdue the heavenly overlord tortoise." Lu's overlord tortoise nodded. Subduing a level 5 demonic beast was much more difficult than killing one. It was obvious that Su Chen's overlord tortoise was more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 272. Su Chen passed through the woods and quickly returned to the intelligent war chariot. "Chen Gu, did you kill the giant turtle?" Chao Ran asked with a smile. "No." Su Chen shook his head. "Didn't kill it?" The people in the chariot were confused. Su Chen had always been invincible in their eyes. Could it be that the giant turtle was so powerful that even Su Chen couldn't do anything to it? "Chen Gu, did you let that giant tortoise get away?" Yang Hao voiced out his thoughts. He thought the giant turtle must have run away because it couldn't defeat Su Chen. "I took it as a spiritual pet," Su Chen explained with a smile. Took it as a spiritual pet? A level 5 sea monster could be taken as a spiritual pet? Everyone was surprised. Generally speaking, the more powerful a mutant beast was, the harder it was to tame it. It was rare to tame a level 5 mutant beast as a spiritual pet. In addition, everyone was a little excited. Because of the addition of a level 5 mutant beast, their strength had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. Wu Yang seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and said to Su Chen, "Su Chen, is that giant turtle really the size of a house?" "It's much bigger than an ordinary house." Su Chen nodded. "It's so big that it can't fit in the chariot," Wu Yang reminded. The intelligent war chariot was only about 50 meters at its largest state. It might not be as big as the giant turtle, so it definitely couldn't fit in. Since it couldn't fit, how could they bring this big guy with them? Could they let it follow them around every day? However, it was a sea monster after all. Could it be fine if it left the sea for a long time? Su Chen had already considered this point. He had a pet breeding space. As long as he leveled up a few more times, the space would be big enough to place the heavenly overlord turtle inside. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Su Chen smiled and then told them about his plan to go to the Forget Worries Sea to hunt sea monsters. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that they were going to hunt sea beasts. They had lived inland since they were young and had only heard of the sea, but had never seen it. This time, when he went to hunt the sea beasts, he would be able to see the magnificence of the sea. "Chen Gu, when are we leaving? Yang Hao was a little impatient. Let's go now, Su Chen replied and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, head to the beach. Yes. The intelligent war chariot started and drove straight to the beach. While passing through the forest, Su Chen did not see the stooped old man and the others. He must have returned to Blackrock City. Not long after, the intelligent war chariot arrived in front of the Heavenly King Turtle. After everyone got out of the car and saw the huge monster in front of them, they all gasped. Before they came, they already knew that the Heavenly Black Turtle was a big fellow. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they were still extremely shocked. Little Turtle, they are all my friends. You have to get along well with each other in the future. Su Chen walked forward and stroked the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise's head as he instructed. The Heavenly Black Turtle made a woo-woo sound as if it was greeting everyone. This big fellow is so cute. Tan Lin's interest was piqued. He imitated Su Chen and stroked the Heavenly Black Turtle's big head. The others also followed suit and had a close encounter with the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. Yang Hao and Chao Ran climbed up the turtle shell and looked into the distance. Su Chen returned to the car and contacted the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, can you fix yourself on the turtle shell? Considering that there was a certain risk in going out to sea to hunt sea monsters, if he could continue to stay in the car, he would not have to worry about his safety. Chapter 273. I can make 4 suction cups and attach them to the turtle shell, but I need to upgrade it first, the intelligent war chariot said. How many energy stones do I need to upgrade it? Su Chen's eyes lit up. I need 20 level 2 energy stones. Su Chen did not lack energy stones now, and he had quite a number of level 2 energy stones. Then, he took out 20 level 2 energy stones and placed them in the groove below the central control screen. A minute later, the energy stones disappeared. The intelligent war chariot said, Master, the upgrade is complete. Okay, turn into your smallest form later, and I'll bring you to the top of the turtle shell, Su Chen said as he got out of the car. According to Su Chen's instructions, the intelligent war chariot quickly shrunk to the size of a palm. Su Chen grabbed it and climbed onto the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise's shell. Then, he put it down. Satoshi, turn into a 30-meter-long form and attach it to the turtle shell. The intelligent war chariot slowly grew bigger. When it was 30 meters long, 4 suction cups extended from the bottom of the car and firmly attached it to the turtle shell. Su Chen pushed it with his hand, but the intelligent war chariot did not move at all, as if it had become one with the turtle shell. Su Chen was relieved. After a while, he called everyone into the car and ordered the Heavenly Overlord Turtle, Little Overlord, enter the sea and hunt the sea beasts. Woo-woo. The Heavenly Overlord Turtle responded and crawled toward the Forget Worries Ocean. Su Chen stood in front of the car, squinted his eyes, and looked out. The Forget Worries Ocean was different from the ocean he saw in his previous life. The ocean in his previous life was blue, but the ocean here was dark, giving off a gloomy feeling. Su Chen did not care about that. What he cared about was the number of sea beasts. Then, he shifted his gaze to the central control screen. There were tens of thousands of red dots on the central control screen. Seeing that, Su Chen's face was full of smiles. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. He stared at the central control screen and muttered, "What's going on? Why are all the sea beasts running away?" The central control screen clearly showed that the red dots were rapidly moving away from him. Moreover, no matter where the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise swam, the sea monsters would flee. It was as if they knew in advance that someone would hunt them down. This situation was very strange, and it drove Su Chen crazy. The sea beasts were all avoiding him. How was he going to kill them? How could it drop fragments? What's wrong? Su Chen racked his brains. Suddenly, he thought of something. He opened the car door and shouted at the heavenly overlord turtle, "Little overlord, retract your aura. If you dare to leak even a little, I'll stew you." As a level 5 demonic beast, the heavenly overlord turtle was an existence that could do whatever it wanted in the Forgotten Worries ocean. If he didn't restrain his aura, those weak sea beasts would be scared out of their wits. Which sea demon beast would be so tired of living that it would dare to stay where it was and wait for the heavenly profound overlord tortoise to kill it? After being scolded by Su Chen, the heavenly profound overlord turtle trembled in fear. It quickly retracted its aura and aura. Soon, it seemed to have turned into a lifeless boulder. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked at the central control screen. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. Since they could not sense the heavenly profound overlord turtle's aura, those sea monsters stopped running away. Su Chen found a group of about 3,000 sea monsters. He then instructed the heavenly profound overlord turtle, "Little overlord, change direction and head to the left." Chapter 274. The group of sea beasts was 30 kilometers to the left. The heavenly overlord turtle was extremely fast, and it was only a few hundred meters away from the group of sea beasts in less than 10 minutes. Since the heavenly overlord turtle had restrained its aura and pressure, the group of sea beasts did not sense the approaching danger. Su Chen did not have any experience in hunting sea beasts, but he knew that once the group of sea beasts sensed danger, they would definitely flee in all directions. Therefore, once the hunt began, he had to use thunderous means. After thinking about it, he felt that the combination of the thunderstorm technique and the magnetic storm net of the intelligent war chariot should cause huge casualties to the sea beasts. Then, he communicated with the intelligent war chariot and decided on a strategy. When the heavenly overlord turtle was less than 30 meters away from the group of sea beasts, the group of sea beasts sensed the approaching danger and began to flee. Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot also attacked at the same time. Thunderballs shot out from Su Chen's hands and quickly fell into the group of sea beasts. Then, there was a violent explosion, setting off stormy waves, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc. The strongest sea beasts in this group of sea beasts were only at level 2. How could they resist the thunderstorm technique combined with the wild thunder technique? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sea beasts died on the spot. The blood that flowed out dyed the dark sea red. On the other side, the intelligent war chariot was also continuously releasing the magnetic storm net. Seawater could conduct electricity, which undoubtedly increased the power of the magnetic storm net. As long as the magnetic storm net covered the area, no sea beasts could escape with their lives. They all became charred corpses. The people in the car could not help but be excited when they saw the thousands of sea beasts' corpses floating on the sea surface. At the same time, they were secretly amazed by the killing speed of Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot. If it were them, they would not even be able to kill 1/10 of the sea beasts. After a few minutes, the killing stopped. More than 2,000 sea beasts had been killed. As the remaining sea beasts had scattered and fled, Su Chen did not continue to chase after them. This was his first time hunting, so he was quite satisfied with his harvest. "Xiao Ba, swim over," Su Chen ordered. After the hunt was over, it was time to dig out the energy stones and pick up the fragments. Since the sea demon beasts had died in large numbers, most of them had gathered together. Therefore, the following work had become much easier. After the heavenly overlord tortoise swam past, everyone got out of the car and started to fish out the corpses of the sea monsters. The sea beasts that were killed were all of the same species, and they all looked a little strange. It had a fish head and a fish body. It was more than a meter long, but it had 4 limbs under its belly. It looked neither fish nor fowl. "Chen Gu, what should we do with these corpses?" Yang Hao dug out an energy stone from the corpse of a sea demon beast and asked Su Chen. The sea demon beasts were edible, but there were more than 2,000 of them. The intelligent war chariot couldn't fit them all. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Stay here. I'll deal with it later." If it was in the past, he would only leave behind a few dozen at most. However, things were different now. There was an additional heavenly overlord tortoise. This guy looked like a foodie just by looking at its body. He had to store more food. "Got it, Chen Gu." Yang Hao replied and continued to fish out the sea monsters. Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. This time, more than 300 fragments were dropped. There were fragments of various colors. They intertwined with each other and appeared colorful. They were shiny and dazzling. Su Chen glanced at them and a purple-gold fragment soon appeared in his sight. Chapter 275. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and grabbed it. Picked up, 2,000 energy points, fragment *1, 1. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. After saying that, Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall and checked it. When he saw that the energy points had reached 5,400 points, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 5,000 energy points could be exchanged for Blade of Divine Sense, and now it had exceeded the exchange amount. Blade of Divine Sense was also something that Su Chen was determined to get, and he had an impulse to exchange for it immediately. However, in the end, he resisted the urge. Because there was still Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique in front of it. Comparing the two, he still chose Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique. Therefore, the Blade of Divine Sense could only be moved back a little. Closing the Doomsday Mall, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. The second was a black fragment. Picked up, torpedo launcher, fragment *1, 110, the fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Torpedo launcher was something that appeared for the first time. Considering that it was hunting good beasts in the sea, if he could collect enough torpedo launcher and install it on the intelligent chariot, he would definitely be able to hunt more sea beasts. Su Chen was a little tempted. Torpedo launcher was useful now. If the remaining fragments could not be collected, he planned to exchange for it through the Doomsday Mall. In short, he would not miss anything that could help him hunt sea beasts. After calming himself down, he grabbed one of the black fragments. Picked up, Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword, fragment *1, 100, the fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword was a weapon from the name, and it was definitely a very powerful weapon. Because the number of fragments needed to be collected reached 100, which was equivalent to the ancient god-fiend body. The enchanted divine saber that Su Chen obtained earlier, although it was only exchanged for 3 fragments, was very powerful. Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword required 100 fragments, which was more than 30 times the enchanted divine saber. From this, it could be inferred that the Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword must be a powerful magic weapon. Originally, he planned to exchange for the Through Heaven Hundredfold Vigorous Strength technique first, but the appearance of the Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword made him a little uncertain. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He didn't want to be entangled in this aspect. There was still a gap of nearly 5,000 energy points. There was no point in thinking too much now. Then, he continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up, hard fruit, fragment *1, 1, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, upgrade gem, fragment *1, 1. The fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, torpedo launcher, fragment *1, 10. Full of fragments, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen was extremely excited. An hour later, all the fragments were collected, and the last fragment was the torpedo launcher. Previously, he had collected 9 fragments, and with this one, he had reached the standard to use it. As soon as he obtained the torpedo launcher, Su Chen consumed a fusion gem and installed it on the intelligent war vehicle. As the name suggested, the torpedo launcher was used to launch torpedoes. Each torpedo required 100 energy stones to be converted. There was no level limit to the energy stones. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary energy stone or a high-level energy stone, the power of the torpedo was the same. A single torpedo could kill 300 sea demon beasts below level 3. Chapter 276. After installing the torpedo launcher, Su Chen took out all the upgrade gems and expanded the storage bag to 200 cubic meters in one breath. Then, he began to collect the corpses of the sea monsters. 2 hours later, all the energy stones were dug out, and the corpses of the sea monsters were all collected into the storage bag. Su Chen began to look for the traces of the sea monsters. Soon, he found a group of about 1,000 sea monster beasts, and they were 10 kilometers away. Satoshi, lock onto the position of the sea monsters and prepare to launch the torpedoes. In order to test the power of the torpedo launcher, Su Chen decided to let the intelligent war chariot take action. The torpedo launcher's maximum range was 50 kilometers, which was enough to hit the group of sea monsters. Master, how many torpedoes should we launch? The intelligent war chariot asked Su Chen. 1 torpedo was equivalent to 100 energy stones, so the consumption was quite high. Logically speaking, 3 torpedoes should be enough to wipe out the group of sea monsters. However, to be safe, Su Chen still decided to use 4 torpedoes. 4 torpedoes were worth 400 energy stones. If he could get 1,000 energy stones by killing 1,000 sea demon beasts, it would be a profitable deal. Satoshi, launch 4 torpedoes. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the target and launched 4 torpedoes in a row. Each torpedo was more than 5 meters long. After falling into the water, they disappeared under the sea and quickly rushed toward the group of sea monsters. Su Chen and the others waited patiently. Soon, 4 violent explosions came from the front, and then 4 monstrous waves soared into the sky. Wu Yang and the others were stunned, and their faces were filled with excitement. The intelligent war chariot had such a powerful killing weapon, which meant that it could kill even more sea demon beasts. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen. When he saw more than 1,000 red dots disappear, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The disappearance of the red dots meant that all the sea monsters were killed. Xiaoba, let's go. Su Chen ordered. Woo woo. The heavenly overlord tortoise responded. It flipped its 4 claws and broke through the waves. It swam toward the place where the sea monster beast had been killed. Although his body was huge, his swimming speed was very fast. After 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Seeing thousands of good demon beast corpses floating on the surface of the sea, without waiting for Su Chen's order, Yang Hao and the others began to move. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments. He first glanced at them to determine the number. There were more than 100 of them this time, which was more or less what he had expected. Since he didn't find any valuable fragments, he started to pick up the ones closest to him. The first one was a green fragment. Picked up, walking on level ground and wave treading technique, fragment *1, 1-3. The fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying that, Su Chen was a little moved. From the name of the wave treading technique, it seemed that one could walk on water. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to swim freely in the Forgotten Worries Sea? With this thought in mind, Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall and checked the exchange points for the walking on level ground and wave treading technique. When he saw that one fragment was worth 10 energy points, he spent 20 energy points to exchange for 2 fragments without hesitation. After the number was gathered, he received a feedback message. As expected, the walking on level ground and wave treading technique could really allow one to walk on water. Moreover, there would be no consumption during the process of walking. It was as if it was an innate talent. Chapter 277. Su Chen took a deep breath and stepped on the surface of the sea. He felt that there was something soft under his feet, as if he was stepping on grass. It was very comfortable. Through this step, he proved that he could walk on the surface of the sea. After a while, he strode into the sea as if he was walking on flat ground. Sherdaniu was dragging a sea monster up when he suddenly saw a figure in front of him. Someone can walk on the sea. Sherdaniu's head buzzed. He thought that he was seeing things, so he quickly looked at the figure. When he saw that someone was walking on the sea, and it was Su Chen, he was dumbfounded. Sherdaniu's mouth was wide open, and he was completely dumbfounded. Daniu, what's wrong? Hurry up. Chao Ran, who was beside him, saw that Sherdaniu was in a daze and reminded him. Sherdaniu came back to his senses and pointed at Su Chen. He said in a trembling voice, Brother Chao, Chen Gu is walking on the sea. What nonsense are you talking about? Chao Ran didn't think much of it, but he still looked in the direction Sherdaniu was pointing. When he saw that Su Chen was indeed walking on the sea, his eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed, Oh my God, Chen Gu can walk on the sea. What was that? Su Chen could walk on the sea. The others looked at the sea with doubts. In his line of sight, Su Chen seemed to be stepping on flat ground. He walked here and there, reaching down from time to time to grab something. Seeing this, they were all dumbfounded. Standing on the sea as if walking on flat ground, this was too amazing and too incredible. After a long time, Wu Yang couldn't help but ask Su Chen loudly, Su Chen, how did you do it? Su Chen knew what Wu Yang was asking. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a talent of mine. I didn't have the chance to show it before, but it came in handy today. Talent? Was there such a miraculous talent in this world? Why didn't we? Wu Yang and the others shook their heads. They all knew that talent was something that one was born with. There was no point in being jealous. Moreover, it was not surprising that it appeared on Su Chen. This was because Su Chen himself was an extraordinary person. It could also be said that he was a person who created miracles. There was nothing that Su Chen couldn't do. Yang Hao and Chao Ran looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, Chen Gu, you're awesome. After this brief interlude, everyone continued to salvage the corpses of the sea beasts. Since Su Chen could walk freely on the sea, the speed at which he picked up the shards was much faster. In less than half an hour, all the fragments had been collected. Then, he began to collect the corpses of the sea beasts and stored them in his storage pouch. After working for an hour, everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot. After killing 2 waves of sea demon beasts in a row, everyone was a little tired. Moreover, the sky had darkened. Su Chen decided to call it a day. Then, he took out the universal oven, and some good sea beasts' corpses and prepared dinner. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot suddenly contacted Su Chen. Master, I found a large number of thunderstorm stones on a small island 50 kilometers away. What's the use of thunderstorm stones? Su Chen asked. The intelligent war chariot has the ability to detect ores. Last time, it detected the star-gathering stone on Zhou Yun's body. After obtaining the star-gathering stone, it upgraded the magnetic storm net to level 3 in one fell swoop. He couldn't help but wonder if the thunderstorm stones also had this function. Chapter 278. The thunderstorm stone can increase the power of the magnetic storm net and the torpedo. It can also help me create a new offensive weapon, the Thunderbolt Beam, the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Thunderstorm Stone was obviously more useful than the Star-Gathering Stone. He was determined to get such a good thing. After a while, Su Chen looked at the central control screen and observed the island. The central control screen did not show the name of the island, which meant that it was a deserted island. However, to Su Chen's surprise, there was a black spot on the island. "There's an alien creature here," Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. Up until now, he had encountered quite a few types of non-human creatures. It could be said that every time he encountered an alien creature, he would more or less gain something. He was looking forward to seeing this alien creature on the island. However, it was late now, so he decided to go to the island tomorrow to explore. "Chen Gu, the sea monster's meat is ready. It's delicious. Come and eat." It was also at this moment that Yang Hao shouted. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and walked straight forward. For the rest of the time, everyone sat together, eating barbecued meat and chatting happily. The next morning, Su Chen stood in front of the central control screen and began to look for the whereabouts of the sea monsters. Soon, he found several groups of sea monsters. One of them had more than 1,000 sea monsters and was less than 30 kilometers away from the island. Su Chen planned to go to the island alone and let the others continue to hunt the sea monsters. And this group of sea monsters not far from the deserted island was just right for the job. Then, Su Chen gave the Heavenly Overlord Turtle an order. Their target was the group of sea monsters. On the way, he told Wu Yang and the others about going to the deserted island. When they were close to the deserted island, they separated and went to the group of deserted islands alone. The Heavenly Overlord Turtle continued to lead the others to hunt the sea monsters. Su Chen flew on the sea for more than 10 minutes before he set foot on the deserted island. The area of this deserted island wasn't very large. At a glance, it was about 2,000 square meters. There was no vegetation on it, only bare stones. It looked very desolate. Su Chen was not in a hurry to find the alien creature. Instead, he decided to look for the Thunderstorm Stone first. Since he did not know the exact location of the Thunderstorm Stone, he could only walk around. As he walked, he released his mind power and penetrated into the ground to search. However, after walking for a while, he did not find any thunderstorm stones. Instead, he discovered something very strange. There were a large number of skeletons buried under the island. Most of them belonged to mutant beasts, but there were also quite a number of human skeletons. One of them was especially large. It was unknown what kind of mutated beast it was when it was alive. Its size was comparable to the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. In addition, the closer they got to the center of the island, the more skeletons there were. Could it be that the creature here is a member of the blood race? Su Chen muttered. Previously, on the way to Blackrock City, he had also discovered a large number of skeletons. It was very likely the work of the blood race. When he thought of this, he began to suspect that the creature here might also be a member of the blood race. After pondering for a while, Su Chen walked straight to the center of the island. When he reached the center, he saw a huge rock lying on the ground like a small mountain. Moreover, on the side of the huge rock, there was a cave. It was completely dark inside. Just as Su Chen was about to release his mind power to investigate, a ghostly howl came from the cave. Hee hee. It's a human. I haven't eaten fresh human flesh for a long time. I miss it. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.